How perfectly well timed. Hello, and welcome everybody to the end of Final Fantasy 15. Today, we are actually going to do it. We are going to beat Final Fantasy 15. Um, this is like probably the longest stream series that we've done since I played Final Fantasy 16 back when it first came out. So yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, I'm super excited for us to like finally, get this done today. Not like I'm like wanting to be over it or anything like that. It's just that I've been like looking forward to the moment that we get to this game's ending because it is a pretty um it is a pretty effective ending despite many things that happen leading up to the game. Don't check Sakaguchi's Twitter, but maybe you should. Oh boy. Um, has anything else happened since the last time? Yeah. So Sakaguchi unfortunately has been being gotten. He is getting eaten alive. Yeah, he posted something. Oh God, I'll take a look at it off stream. Oh no, what did he do? Wait, no, he posted something new, and then someone's saying no, it's just the AI thing. Okay, wait, what did he post new? I'll explain in just a second for those who are not. He said, "Whoa, what a wild reaction." Well, it's like I just intuitively sense the potential of something. It's not gonna work as is, but I feel it might be some intriguing stuff waiting down the line. That's just a vibe. In the end, maybe it's just that I barreled through 40 years of work in private life, powered purely by exciting things. That's the kind of guy I am after all. Messing around with this too from Lost Odyssey concept art. Okay, I didn't really show it on screen. Um, yeah, he turned like some Lost Odyssey concept art into a uh okay. Uh okay, hold on. I do have to pull this up for a second. Okay, actually let's go back for a sec to clue people in. So Sakaguchi the other day, May 17th, that was just yesterday, he posted or reposted an AI generated Final Fantasy VI video and basically said, Nani kore sugoi-jan, which is, what is this? Isn't this awesome? Basically, is what that translates to. And the internet kind of freaked the fuck out because they're like, yo, this is obviously slop. And I mean, this isn't honestly even like one of the more convincing AI videos to me. Like this one is just like the sloppiest of the slop, right? And so, as we talked about before, for me, if there is a place for AI in gaming, I think it's on like the programming side, on the prototyping side. That stuff is already kind of happening in terms of software and things like that. But like with art, for example, in AI generated videos, I don't really think that's what most people really want. I don't think that they want like this type of slopified, homogenized look to their games, nor do they want artists to be fired to be replaced with this, right? I think we're all on the same page there, right? If it's tech that helps with things like debugging or programming or things like that, I'm fine with that. I think that stuff's cool. AI upscaling is also cool. But when it comes to like literally fabricating images like this, I've never been like a really big fan. I think it just looks kind of kind of you know, like it's just like mass generated, you know, stuff. Like I just don't think it has much of any artistic value. But I'm not here to argue whether or not it does because everyone's really already made up their mind on that, and I can't really convince you one way or the other. But I just want to let you know that's where I stand. If it is being used to help artists create art faster, in the case of prototyping, programming, debugging, like I mentioned, um, cool. But videos like this, not really my cup of tea, me personally. Again, I know I'm not going to sway anyone either way, but that's just how I personally feel on it. But anyway, Sakaguchi tweeted this, and the fans ate him alive. There were a lot of very, very, very negative tweets. Um, and there was also this tweet from Saga's creator who said, "No, Sakaguchi-san, please stop after the first line. By the way, the other day I was chatting at a sushi restaurant with an MIT grad American who is at Shimokitazawa for tourism, and he said he likes FF6 and he likes MASH. I do think 6 is definitely suited for a 3D remake." Yeah, that's a reasonable perspective, NSP. Okay, good. Because normally I think, oh, mash is Saban in Japanese. Wait, and then I see another person saying mash is Locke's Japanese name. Wait, which one is it? Okay, hold on. Oh, it is. Okay, it's Saban. It's Saban. Okay, I was like really confused on that. Okay, thanks for the heads up. The only thing I find issues with this AI is that it's more narrow than FF12, yet that's to be expected. Doing that in the scale of FF16, I'm not sure what you mean by that because basically this is not playable content in any sense. Like this is just like literally just, it can never actually build this as a game because this is just flatly generated content, you know? So nothing here would actually be game ready or playable. And so that's also why these videos don't really have any type of value to them, right? And it doesn't. You really can't even use them for conceptualization much because it doesn't actually. It doesn't actually show any gameplay purposely because it wouldn't actually make sense for it to show gameplay. Like it would be very hard and difficult for it to show good pseudo gameplay. So usually it's just kind of characters standing off in the distance like this, doing nothing and not actually interacting with an environment or making anything like really too meaningful. So again, this isn't something that I feel like would kind of enhance or help game development in any way other than just being a video to post on Twitter, right? That's kind of all this is at the current moment. It's just a video to post on social media for the purpose of stirring up conversation, which is why I think like a lot of image video generation services are probably not going to last long in terms of generative content because quite frankly like there's just no good use case for it at the moment as it is. And I know it will improve, but even when it does improve, it still doesn't seem like that is going to be that incredibly useful in most situations versus just having human artists, right? Which can do a better job. And debatably, in the void of being inflated by investor dollars, might actually even be cheaper. So it's kind of just like, yeah, I won't get on here and say that I think Gen AI has zero use cases, but I think that I don't know if there is any good use case that I personally have seen for generative video. Like I haven't seen it, and I can't imagine personally what it is for like purely generated video. Again, other than, I mean, even for conceptualization, I still feel like concept artists would do a better job, and a couple of commission from concept artists. Well, it depends on at what level. Um, Probably wouldn't be as expensive to do, and you'd get much more unique looking art that you could copyright and you can own and all of those good things. It's not an emotional response to say this looks ugly or looks terrible, right? And I've seen ones that actually do look like passably good, like ones that I have to like double check and be like, oh shit, wait, that's not real. And that content has happened, and it is scary sometimes too, because you're like, dang, if it can trick, a younger person, if it can trick anyone under like 40, I feel like, or under 50, then that's really dangerous because you kind of expect older people maybe to get tricked by it because they're not as like keeping up with the internet as much. But I feel like when we're starting to get tricked by some of it, that's when it does get scary. But again, I'm not here to discuss all the societal implications of this technology because we'd be here all day. Uh, there are some good things, there's a lot of bad things. You just have to sort through it all and decide for yourself how you believe this all should be used. But anyway, Sakaguchi then made a follow up tweet where he said, whoa, what a wild reaction. Well, it's like I just intuitively sense the potential or something. It's not going to work as is, as we all know, but it feels like there might be some intriguing stuff waiting down the line. That's the vibe. In the end, maybe it's just that I've barreled through 40 years of work in private life, powered purely by exciting things. That's the kind of guy I am, after all. Messed around with this too, from from Lost Odyssey concept art. So yeah, this ended up being kind of a double down where he's like basically saying that like, yeah, I like tech. And um so I'm not terribly surprised, right? Like Sakaguchi has always been a tech enjoyer from the very beginning. I don't think that you would try to make the spirits within and not be a tech guy, right? You don't make Final Fantasy VII and also not be a tech guy. And so I can't really say I am too surprised that he would have an interest in AI just because he has always had an interest in tech. And I think that this is just an extension of that side of him. However, I feel like doubling down on the feedback and then also posting an AI video of Lost Odyssey. As you guys know, I'm a very, very, very big fan of Lost Odyssey. I love it. I want a remaster. Um, which is why I'm going to post right here. Can we try getting this game, or maybe be careful, can we try getting Lost Odyssey remastered instead? I won't add. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. Okay, there we go. Um, so just to let him know that people still want that. Maybe I should have tried to post that in Japanese, but it's okay. Anyways, uh, I think the appropriate thing for him to do especially after the creator of Saga's telling him like, "Hey, don't do that." Um, I think that he should not have posted it, and probably a smarter thing to do would be to maybe just delete the tweet. Sakaguchi, being a tech guy, was denied by a lot of people for a while because Square was chasing graphics after he left, and people thought he was different because they liked his games, but not stuff SE was making. Yeah, yeah. No, I've heard for a while that like um, Sakaguchi just liked a more diorama style, and that is true, but that's not wholly true. Bro really liked fucking tech and realism, and he does obviously like the diorama style, but like he does fucking like tech. Like he 100% does. He likes realism. Um, he does like I mean, again, he made Spirits Within. If he was so purist about stylized art in the way that I've seen some people suggest, then I don't think he would have made that ultra realistic film. It just doesn't make any sense. Andrew Brown, thank you for the super chat. Here's a fumble. If Square kept Hitman and IO, they could have been publishing the Bond video game. That's crazy. Insane to think about. But it's also insane to think that that Square managing those IPs was not making any money. Like the way Square was managing those studios was like basically somehow breaking even. And like Tomb Raider sold like a fuck ton of copies. I think the Tomb Raider reboot, I think may have sold even more than FF7 OG and somehow did not make any money, which is like really sus. Like that studio still broke even despite that. It's like so insane. So I have no idea how Square was running that studio such that they could sell something like, how many copies was that? No, it sold 14.5 million copies. So not as much as FF7 OG, but a lot. Way more than Final Fantasy 15 or like any other Final Fantasy game other than 7 or 10. And somehow somehow despite that, that studio was like breaking even, which is fucking ridiculous. So I don't know what Square was doing with the management of that studio or what was going on, but yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a point that Crossy brings up here that this isn't like this isn't his art to like post with them doing this. Like if the artist themselves wants to generate this and share it, and it's their art and they've decided to do it, then I'm not going to push back on that because I mean that's their decision. However, I don't know if the original artist was cool with this, so I don't know. In either case, to conclude, I have no idea. I don't have like you know, I'm not canceling Sakaguchi. I think those people are probably taking it a bit too far to try to cancel him. I don't think that this is good. It's not a decision of his that I'm like super excited about. But um I also can't say it's like terribly surprising for me considering his passion for tech and how that's presented itself over the years. Yeah, I would say more than anything, it just feels like Tax says. It feels maybe tone deaf. I wouldn't like cancel him over it. I think that's also pretty silly. But considering the tone right now, considering like a lot of artists are worried about their jobs, considering where the industry is currently headed, it does feel in poor taste. So I do hope he will reconsider. I hope he will consider this shit Instead, because this is the shit that people actually want, folks. This is the shit that people actually want. And also too, as he mentions in the original tweet, it's not going to work as is, you know. So it's not like this is something that can just be plugged into games right now and it work. Games, the way in which games are primarily using AI for the most part is mostly through coding more than anything else. Some people are like generating textures and stuff with it. Um, they textures can sometimes be very easy to spot. Considering that any game that's releasing right now, the texture probably used AI from like 2024 or earlier, which means that that shit is probably rough. It's probably not really great. Um, so I doubt AI will ever be able to make games. Depends on how you define make games and at what level, I would say. Because with coding, you can argue that already this is kind of a thing that is pretty much happening. And you're probably already playing games that have code in them that was co-wrote, co-authored, however you want to say it. Um, so that's one thing. But the other thing would be like if you're saying like completely generate a game from top to bottom, and it actually have like real good music and like functional art assets and like coherency and like stuff like that. No, that's true, but people need to work with it. I meant by itself and generate a whole game. Okay, then 100%. Yeah. Like if you mean like actually generate a fucking game, no. Like that's not gonna happen. I completely agree there. Um, but yeah, in terms of aiding the process, like again, programming, debugging, that stuff is already happening for sure. Like companies are already using it for that. Right, Mustang, thank you for the super chat. Have you ever read Vagabond? It's a manga by Takehiko Inoue, and the artist is of Lost Odyssey. Yes, I've heard of Vagabond. Everyone tells me that Vagabond is like my type of manga. I have not read it, but I want to. I'm a big seinen guy. I love Vinland Saga as well. So I probably do need to read Vagabond. I have seen the panels and the art, and every time I do, it fucking speaks to my soul. The art is so damn good. And then yeah, I found out that he's also the same artist for Lost Odyssey, and that made a lot of sense because you can also like really tell whenever you look at the art for Lost Odyssey. So yeah, you're right. I do need to check out Vagabond. Thank you so much. And thank you again, Andrew Brown, for another super. Given the general chaos for the game, for game development right now, how smooth the FF7 remake trilogy has gone is a miracle. It is. It is. And it's also why I'm glad to see that Naoki Hamaguchi is the one that is taking control of Creative Studio One because he seems to be able to get a project out in good shape in an incredibly short amount of time. I think a lot of people focus on um, I think a lot of people focus on just some of the flaws with Rebirth, be that the writing or some of the padding. But I think that a lot of people don't focus on the fact of how massive of a game and world that is in such a short period of time. And I think that is actually really worth highlighting and celebrating in a way that I don't think a lot of people take the time to do. They just focus on those elements not being the way that they want. What games do you want Creative Studio One to make? Final Fantasy 17 right now. I just think that they're the most primed studio to be able to pull that off. I think that they're in the right position to be able to do it, right? And I think a lot of people have been telling me that they think that CS3 is going to work on 17, and I don't see it for a couple of reasons. But the primary reason is that no two of the same studios work on Final Fantasy back to back. It never happens. The last time this happened was Final Fantasy VIII. So I don't expect them to break that tradition that's been going on for well over 30 years. So I expect Final Fantasy, or at least close to 30 years. I guess it'll be like 30 years, like next year, which maybe we'll see like a 17 tease next year because it'll be have been 4 years next year since Final Fantasy 16 launched. By the way, can you guys believe that? That next year will be 4 years since I mean, the fact that this year will be 3 years of FF16 is kind of like, what the fuck? Like, that game feels like 1 year ago and not three. But goddamn, it is coming up on the third. Actually, the third anniversary is next month. What the fuck? That is insane. FF14 has earned a lifetime revenue of 4 billion USD in 13 years. Honkai Star Rail earned 2 billion USD within 23 months of release. Thank you so much, Roy Mustang, for another super chat. Yeah, well, there's two things to that. Is that one, Honkai is going to be bigger in China than anything produced in Japan ever is. And so, and China has a lot of people. And so, just on that alone, it's a lot more easy to be successful because you have the Chinese market. Yeah, and Honkai is also huge in Japan too. It's a lot harder for things outside of China to become super big in China than the other way around, although it happens for sure. Was it PUBG that's like super huge in China? Like one of those games, I feel like is. I can't remember. But also too, Final Fantasy 14 is a subscription MMO, right? So unless you're like really diving into the cash shop, you're paying that subscription fee for it. Whereas with Honkai Star Rail, it's like, oh, wow. Like unless you're unless you're putting money into it, you're not going as far. So ultimately, you do have to put more money into those games in order to kind of succeed in them at the highest level. We were recently sponsored by Where Winds Meet, and obviously this is not like a sponsored message in itself, but like when I was playing that, I was actually really surprised that most of the funding for that game seems to come from cosmetics. I thought that was actually really cool. Felt like really fair. So if FF Online 3 ends up being like something like a Genshin or Hoyoverse game generally, then I think it would be cool if it was also funded by majorly cosmetic stuff rather than things that impede on the story experience. I'm not saying that that's what they should do, but obviously, let's be real here. This is definitely something they've considered at some point. Roy Mustang, thank you for another super chat. Has Naoki turned turn-based doesn't sell? Yoshida commented on his life work, FF14 getting mocked by a turn-based anime RPG. He has not, as far as I know. I don't even think he's really commented much on Expedition 33. So, but also too, I don't think that. I think he's definitely heard a lot from just Expedition 33 alone on his original take about turn-based and that. So I'm sure that he's that he's heard about that and has his opinion. I do wonder what the figures for Dragon Quest Walk are now. I know a few years ago its profits exceeded 2 billion USD and was more popular than Pokemon Go. Really? Wait, like overall or just like more profitable than Pokemon Go in Japan? Has to be like just Japan, right? Yoshi P needs a PR manager. He talks too much for his own good. I mean, Hamaguchi is honestly kind of the same way too. I actually appreciate their transparency quite a lot. I feel like a lot of developers would not be that transparent. Tabata was In hindsight, I actually don't think that Tabata was as transparent as he looked oftentimes. Because I'm like looking back on certain stuff and I'm just like, bro clearly lied about quite a few things. I think he tried to be transparent, but there was some stuff that he said that's just like, bro, why are you lying about this? We know. We know. Like saying that like nothing was cut from Final Fantasy 15? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, be serious, bro. God, be serious. Like, talk about lies that can send you to hell. But again, I appreciate Tabata's attempts at transparency, but it's fairly obvious and everyone can tell that, oh fuck, I opened Final Fantasy 15 the wrong way. Our mods won't work. Let me see. We have to boot it up from the mod launcher. Yeah, there's just no way that that stuff is, you know, is true, right? Like, there were no cuts from Final Fantasy 15, really? That's like the most bossing say shit I've ever heard in my goddamn life. You know? But, yeah. Hamaguchi is kind of handcuffed because he has to promote the new Switch ports, but the media will obviously ask about Part 3. Yeah. And he has to talk. But listen, just like you would prefer a director who talks too much than one who talks too little and doesn't communicate with you, right? Because, I mean, look at how Kingdom Hearts fans feel right now. And that's not to say anything bad about Nomura or anything, but it is to say that clearly they are not happy about that situation. And yeah, I do think that getting those updates is better than not. Let me show this really quick because this is interesting. Hold on. Oops. And then oops. Okay, hold on. My bad, my bad. Why is it? Hold on. Well, I think the link crashed Chrome, bro. But that is an interesting finding. I wanted to show everyone. But yeah, my Chrome crashed. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me see if I can do this again. Give me 1 sec. Oh, wait. Yeah, you can see it right there. Great. So this is a close-up shot of the Reaper mural from the Citadel. And this is still in the final game, by the way. So you can see the Reapers coming down to the Lucians and maybe granting them something, maybe a certain ring, but he's kneeling down and receiving. And again, these are still around the Citadel. Is that the goddess Etro? I don't know if it's Etro herself. It looks like maybe a Reaper on her behalf that is like maybe a messenger of the god. Maybe this is also like Versus 13's interpretation of the messengers of the gods. And they're coming down to hand the Lucians something. I would assume the Ring of the Lucii, maybe. But yeah. Also, FYI, the light particles are from me turning off God mode and trying to pause real quick before I fell too much. Extraordinary timing. Early Gintiana, since she was probably going to be playable at some point during development. Yeah, I think that she was also somehow connected to the Reapers, which is why she wears black. Maybe it's Etra that prevents you from going back to Angel Guard, that voice in light. That would make a lot of sense to me. That would make a lot of sense. I think it's entirely possible. But then I would also wonder why that would be like left over in 15, especially for Royal Edition, right? Like, was that always there with the boat, or was that something just added for Royal Edition, right? I don't know. And that's what makes this so hard to like really say like what exactly happened. Okay, give me 1 sec, and then we're gonna put the
like
game...
what?
Oops, sorry if you heard me echo for a bit. Okay, let's go back to the game. It's the wrong one. Okay. It was added to Royal Edition when they added the boat? Okay. Then yeah, I can't see that being like an Etro Easter egg or something like that. Maybe it is, but it is hard to say who that... I guess I would have to go back and listen to the voice again too before I really knew. Nomura is being silent is weird. If you look back at news for 7R Part 1 or KH3, he would probably say stuff he probably wasn't supposed to, like his shot at FF15 and saying FF7R and KH3 were 3 years out. That is weird. You're right. So it makes you wonder if that's his decision or not, right? Like, did he actually choose to not say anything? And I just don't know. But I do feel that it is weird. I agree with you a lot. I feel like it's probably out of his control, because Nomura does almost talk out of turn to give fans an update before they're due one, right? By the company's measure. Do you remember, was it called like, I feel like the name of the conference was called like Magic or something, and not The Gathering, lol. But basically what Nomura did was he wasn't supposed to give an update on Final Fantasy VII Remake yet, and he basically almost defied the company and was like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking show screenshots anyways. Do you guys remember that? And so it's kind of hard for me to imagine that Nomura is like, yeah, people are like crying for Kingdom Hearts 4 and I'm not going to show them dick of shit. I do find that a little strange because that doesn't line up with how he used to be. Yeah, he went against the company and used pictures? Yeah, because they wouldn't let him show footage. And so I'm supposed to believe that same guy now just doesn't want to communicate with his fans, or just doesn't want to do anything interactive, and I just don't believe it. NSP, you should consider streaming Azura's Wrath after FF15. It's only 10 hours long with all DLC, and it's the game that FF16 wishes it was. Roy Mustang, thank you for another super chat. I have heard quite a bit about Azura's Wrath, and how it was like the original Icon versus Icon. So I do actually want to check it out, for sure. I remember when he wanted to get a trailer for KH3 and 7R showed somewhere, so he showed snapshots of the Scorpion fight. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Wow, for some reason, my overlay won't work. Let me see. Oh, it's okay. I can just do it like this. I don't know why it's being dumb. Let me see. That's so weird. You can see it right there. Oh, there it goes. Perfect. Sorry. Just the streamer things. Okay. There we go. Now it's set up. Azura's Wrath is pretty awesome, but I recall there being some extreme mass in a repeatedly and crazy QTE. Oh, mash A repeatedly and crazy QTEs in it. I mean, debatably, that's also FF16's icon fights too, right? At least how I felt it. Some of them were a bit more interactive. Sorry, I need to open my recording software so that we can also record while we stream. The silence is definitely weird, but also very telling. KH4 is 100% undergoing a huge restructuring and probably has him not wanting to show any things until things are back on track. Could you imagine, though? Could you imagine if they came in and were like, all this Versus shit has to go? And they canceled Versus again? Could you fucking imagine, chat? I want you to think about how fucking cursed that scenario is for a second. Kingdom Hearts Versus 3, I know. It's also really clear, at least to me, and I hate to say it, but like, when he was working on Kingdom Hearts 3, he was still thinking about Final Fantasy Versus 13 the whole time, which is, I mean, part of the reason why Kingdom Hearts' direction is going in this way, but also just, you know, the fact that Riku is Noctis and Yuzora is Noctis, and then now Sora is also Noctis, and it's just really clear that this is where his heart was. And he was like, fuck it and fuck you. Yeah, I'm going to turn Versus. Jesus Christ. Also, why isn't the battle music playing? I feel like we're not close enough. Yeah, what the fuck? Maybe the game's glitched out. That's weird. That's super weird. This is your punishment for cheating? Bullshit, bro. I doubt we'll ever get Verum Rex. He had to choose between KH4 and Verum Rex, but his decision will be final. My interpretation of that was he had to choose which to develop first, Verum Rex or KH4. But if he was to make Verum Rex, think about how like long it would be before we got the next Kingdom Hearts game, right? It'd be very long. Very, very, very long. Like, it'd be more than a decade, probably, between KH3 and 4, and that would kill Kingdom Hearts, to be honest, so... I mean, it's a miracle, honestly, that the wait for 3 didn't hurt the series, and if there weren't a plethora of side games in between that, or smaller games, I should say, before KH fans go off, then I think that would have hurt Kingdom Hearts as well. Roy Mustang, thank you for a super chat. What are your thoughts on KH? As a 30-plus respectable dude, don't you think it's cringe? I tried KH1 and couldn't stomach the dialogue. It is cringe, but it's like... you go into it expecting it to be. Like, it's supposed to be cringe. Like, that is a core part of its identity is cringe. And that gives it its soul, right? Like, it's supposed to be about... friends and the heart and the soul. It's corny. It's corny as fuck. But I think that is what makes it special and interesting, and so try approaching him from the side. I don't even know. Maybe, yeah. Okay. It's Disney, right? Like, it's supposed to be like Mulan and Winnie the fucking Pooh. And Princess Jasmine and Aladdin, and it is cringe. But yeah, you know, you're not expecting like a hardcore mature game from Kingdom Hearts, because it would lose all of its magic, I think, if it was. It's supposed to be a dorky, corny game, and if anything, it's funny how seriously it takes itself sometimes. I don't know how I would approach it from the side, because the map is a little misleading here. Well, not misleading, but... Wait, can I cut through here? Or is that only underground? Wait, can I go back underground and... Or down here, whatever the fuck this is. Wait, is this down? No, it's not down. Wait, this is down by the bed. I'd have preferred KH if it didn't have Disney crossovers. Well, yeah. I mean, I would prefer Final Fantasy Versus 13 as well, brother. Me too. Oh wait, no, that goes. Yeah, I don't know how to... Well, let's just try it from the front again, and if it doesn't work, we'll just like close the game out and reopen it and see if that fixes the problem. KH without Disney crossovers was the point of Final Fantasy Versus 13. Right, exactly. You know, like, the wanting for a dark, mature Kingdom Hearts that didn't have to be self-centered at times in the way that Kingdom Hearts currently is what Versus 13 was going to be. It was going to be that game where Nomura didn't have to hold anything back. Anything that he wanted to show, but Disney wouldn't let him, he could let that out in Versus 13.
Demons on the prowl.
And unfortunately, yeah. I want my KH to be 99% Final Fantasy. Yeah. Oh, you're saying I could go like right around here. I see. I see. Collision box, dumbass. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh shit. Whoa. Okay, it's time to not mess around. It's time to... What the fuck? Okay. Oh, that's cool. You can warp strike up there. Wait, can you warp strike? Okay. No! No, Garuda, no! No! I just want to warp strike up here. Okay, fine! Fuck! Can you... Okay, so you can't phase out of those explosion attacks, it seems like. Because I'm holding square and it is not working. Okay.
Surprised you asked.
Really? You care, big guy?
Well, someone's got to look after you.
Holy shit. I just want to shoot him. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna redo this fight, I think, actually, after we beat him. Because I genuinely want to retry it. We're definitely gonna win, obviously. But I still want to redo it anyway. Why the hell can't you start armature in air? I find that so annoying. Okay, who the fuck is this? I'm gonna redo this fight. We're gonna reload. But I wanna see who this is. Fuck! Of course! Not you, bitch! God! What the fuck, dude? Skip.
That's one hell of a path.
Is it too late to ask Ardyn to call off his dog?
I'm afraid.
We'll watch the scene, and then I want to reload it. And fight him again.
Marshal! Mind if this old soldier joins you?
Not at all.
Good. You may be
Oh wait,
down,
there's
but
a
you're
phase
not out.
too. What the
Get
fuck?
ready for round 2.
That's right, I forgot about this
Kill
shit.
or be killed. Yeah.
Dude, I keep trying to phase this attack, and then I keep remembering you can't phase that attack. Which I hate. Because there is just not like really good, clear, consistent visual language on what can be phased and what can't. You need shield for those AoEs? Oh. Interesting. Should have made it like episode Gladio where enemies turn red during unfazable attacks. Yeah.
More has his limits. I failed you, Highness. You haven't. It has been the highest honor to serve the 2 finest kings Lucis has ever known.
And I, honored to have fought at your side, Marshal.
Yeah, this is like the wrong music. So I guess the game's just bugged.
At daybreak.
Every time you mention Kingdom Hearts, I think of Gamer's Joint. He mentioned you in his 300k subscription. Really? On the stream or like a video? What did I do? Hopefully good things.
Looks like there's no way past the wall. There's way too many of them.
And no way out of this either.
Still,
Oh, he gave me a shout out.
you can't
that's
just
cool.
give up now. Luna.
On the stream? Oh, okay. Oh,
Gods
awesome.
above, hear my plea. Lend
I have
the
to go watch
chosen
that.
king your strength, that he may save our star from darkness blight.
The lady's words have reached the heavens. By the will of the oracle and the grace of the gods, a path for the king is made.
Hey, is this girl an important character? No. But this scene, though, is sick as fuck. I don't remember any of this. If you didn't play Royal Edition, then this never happened in your game. Yeah, this is pre-rendered. You can tell by the video quality. Especially on a PC, like with a very sharp monitor, you can always tell the difference. On a console, on most TVs, it's a little bit harder though. That was a sick transition back to real time now. Stuttered a little bit, but the transition itself was pretty cool.
Luna. Thank you.
You're saying that you're one of the top Final Fantasy channels on YouTube, and there are not many YouTube FF channels out there? Oh, I
The
appreciate
fate
that.
of our star rests with you now, my king.
I'm gonna try to collaborate with him soon. He's like on the top of my list for creators I currently want to collaborate with the most. So one of you should put that in his chat to let him know that.
Talk about divine intervention.
So that we can get that ball rolling.
Oh, feels good to know the gods are fighting on our side.
They've entrusted the future.
I could probably just DM him, but
Yeah,
do it for me.
wouldn't want to let him down now.
Yeah, that scene is so incredible. It's one of the best scenes that they've added to this game, if not the best scene. Fuck it. I won't refight Cerberus. We'll just keep going. Part of me does want to though. I'll save over this one though, just in case we do want to refight him. I don't even think we need to do that, actually, come to think of it. Yeah, let's check the accessory, right? A blood-pumping organ ripped from the chest of the three-headed Cerberus increases max HP and nullifies fire attacks. Interesting. Would that help you any? Let me see. What's the clever talisman? Oh, dang. That's not worth it for him. Unless we ascend and then it does become worth it. Let me see. Equip 3 accessories for Prompto. Would that be worth it though? Over like literally anything else? Like enhance its potency for 30. Oh, you're right. For free. Meh, it can't hurt. We need to bump his fucking... We need to bump this bitch's HP because he dies all the fucking time. Are you looking forward to the 27th? Is that Dragon Quest day? Yeah, I think the Dragon Quest 12 is going to be revealed. Yeah, it's so crazy that, like, all of this that we just did was not there the day the game came out, you know? Is there anything behind here? That's crazy to make these corridors right here and then not put, like, a little item behind one of them. That boy Prompto stays on his back. I know, brother. I know. I know.
Ifrit, the Infernian. He doesn't share the Glacian's fondness for mankind. But you can expect a warm welcome. I shall await you above.
There it is, boys. Freak.
Stay cool. He's gonna bring the heat.
Hang in there, buddy! Stay down! We'll keep him busy!
This whole thing makes no fucking sense, honestly.
Over here!
Like,
Quickly, before he strikes again!
actually, Royal Edition kind of breaks
Here comes!
this opening, right? Because we just fought fucking Cerberus, and then the way that fight starts,
I got your back!
Here you go. Let's go.
like, like, feels weird, actually. That's, like, super jarring. For everything they added to this game, it feels like they also broke something else.
All in bullet time, baby. We're almost there. Keep it up.
Okay, we'll summon. This is also pre-rendered, for anyone wondering.
Wasn't enough.
It's time for the worst.
Out of the frying pan? Dot, dot, dot!
We need to put this thing out.
Okay.
Get this out.
What the fuck? Oh wait, I forgot about that. I hate how this like lags your what is it called? Your warp strike so much. The wind up on it is horrendous bad.
All in bullet time, baby.
Feels like I'm just hitting.
No. No. Is that as strong as we can get? Let's see. We haven't even... No, that doesn't do shit. I don't want to use that. Let's see. Well... Heal cast. That's good enough.
Air and the flames grow hotter. What can we do?
Stay back so it doesn't kill us!
Damn, the music is so fucking good during this fight.
Move it or lose it! Yes, take this. I need you to... Of course. Right here! Yep.
We'll turn the tables yet.
Oh man, I forgot about this part. God damn, this part of the song goes crazy. That cinematic shot at the end is cool, but that like also disrupts combat flow so badly.
Super hot now!
Look out in a blaze.
Fight fire with fire.
Chat, I wish I could see stuff.
Sorry to break this up.
Wait. Who am I so- oh, Shiva, of course. Yeah. We're gonna do like a little bit of post-game stuff, so I'll look at the Armiger Unleashed tutorials. There's some stuff I need to go back and relook at anyway before I do the review. Damn, bro, Shiva would have me crashing out too. NSP has given up on relying on the bros. Yeah, I have. Can't wait to see you do Piteos. I know.
May your soul know peace at last.
Yeah, no, we're definitely gonna do Piteos and some other stuff.
The grace of the gods is with you always.
So, I'll learn Armiger Unleashed
One that
properly.
I intend to keep.
Yeah, okay, because we already got a fight, like a save for outside of the fight for Cerberus. Oh yeah, we still got the Rulers of Your fight to look forward to. Oh yay. Or fights, I should say. Last time the game was crashing, I don't even know if we got a chance to beat it because when I played this on PC
That was
last
a
time.
most impressive performance.
Thought that was good? Wait till you see what we've got in store for you.
I'm giddy with anticipation, but I'm afraid you've one more wall to break through first. The old wall, the kings of yore. Oh, what fun it would be to watch those I revile most tear each other apart.
Honestly, in order to make this game feel complete, almost every chapter in the game would need to get an expansion like this.
We're on our side.
Look out!
Excuse me. Here, let me vouch.
Sorry to say, but no choice. Let's go. Three of us must keep Nook safe at all costs.
Don't worry about me. You're the whole reason we're here.
Just let us out. Prepare yourself. And he.
Gladio was right there. Why did it show him like teleporting away and then he misses? Come back into the light, bro. I can't see over there. Okay. Well, are one of y'all gonna... Thanks. I am the chosen king, after all. Oops. Oh shit. How do we break this? Oh. That's right. Each one of the bros is gonna get their moment. Cinematic finish, let's go.
served as your shield through thick and thin. No matter what, I've got your back. Now and always.
Forgive me. My mind was not my...
I think putting them here was mid to me. I think that when these fights should have happened is when Noctis... Well, it would have been hard, right? But I feel like it should have been a fight for Noctis specifically when he puts the ring on in Chapter 13.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes
This
sense.
shield's a little sturdier.
But I think
than it
that's
looks.
actually when they should have
We better
tested
keep
him.
moving.
And, yeah, I think that's kind of like when it would have been more impactful.
It's all
Obviously,
lit up.
you'd have to
Guess
heavily
he's expecting company.
rework the
He
writing
wants this
for
as
it,
bad
but
as we do.
I think
the
that's how
elevator's
those
working?
fights should have been implemented.
Sure looks
personally.
like it.
He is really taking us by the hand.
It'll save our legs to walk up.
Like, can we not? Oh, you have to... Duh. That's typically how elevators work, yes. Or would you fight them when you get their weapons earlier in the story? That also would have been a good place for them. But I think
throne room.
narratively, the best time
Waits
to
outside.
utilize them would
Yeah.
be specifically
And
when
so does
Noctis puts
Ardyn.
the ring on.
Acting like he owns the place.
It's time to take it all back.
It ends here. Tonight.
Local streamer finds out how elevators work. Yeah. We're not bright. We're just entertaining. These fights are also very Kingdom Hearts coded to me.
Welcome, O chosen.
Yeah, the bro's helping at the weakest moment. I get it. But, I just want the kings of yore to judge Noctis when he puts the ring on. That's really what I want. Dang, holy shit, dude. She, like, punched the shit out of me. Not only did that, like, knock all my HP out, it did blood damage, too. God damn. Prompto got me. Maybe. Right, Prompto? You got me? Okay. Thanks, bro. Dang, dude. This fight sucks mechanically, I can see it, yeah.
Prompto.
Where are you? Show yourself.
What the fuck?
Not yet.
Sorry to break this up.
Nice.
Damn.
Awesome.
Who will fall first? Us or them?
Okay. Try that. Hey.
Where are you? Show yourself.
trigger happy fucks, bros.
Go forth, chosen king. Restore the light.
Take it easy.
What kind of friend would I be if I took it easy when you're in trouble? I'll be fine. Let's keep moving.
Very cool. Yeah, that fight's a lot easier if you just do it all as Prompto. I feel like feels very designed for him.
Guess we're in for one hell of a fight.
Oh shit, I like warped into it. Or rolled into it, I should say. I am not a warper right now. Oh shit, we got confusion on. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that again.
Time to say goodbye.
Dang, ruined ourselves from getting a cinematic finisher there.
See to it that nothing stands in Nox's way. Whatever it takes, no matter the cost.
Says your mind instantly dies, I know.
Let's be done with this river.
He's not happy.
He's gone berserk. Brace yourselves.
I was completely out of it.
Knocked.
It's all you, Roger. I'm on it.
I want in on that. That's fun. Okay. Okay, never mind, I guess. Never mind, I guess.
Move it or lose it!
Hello, warp strike. Why won't it? Okay.
Something's not right. I think he finally snapped. Here goes.
Oh, I see. That's what you mean by the punishment for the warp strike. I see.
Ignis! Everyone regroup! Sure.
Okay.
Felt been touched is all.
Not on my watch! You're up, pronto!
My turn! Come on, Iggy!
No mercy!
This boss theme is like one of the best tracks from this game. For sure.
Go Noct!
It's over.
It's such a versus coded like track too.
You have done well. Hear me, chosen king. The time has come to fulfill your calling and dispel the darkness from our world. Go forth, restore the light, and free my brother from his curse.
Thanks. With you guys at my side, I know I will be ready for anything. I always hated this room as a kid.
Yeah? Why's that?
Coming here always made my dad all serious and sad.
It no doubt reminded him of the fate his son would come to bear.
Not much farther.
Well, shall we, Noct?
Yeah, but, hold on a sec. Prompto, can I see your photos?
Yeah?
I just need one. To take with me.
Oh. Yeah. I get it. You can take whichever you like. Think of all the places we've been.
I like
All the
this
shops along the way.
one.
Always something new around every corner.
A shot of us in combat might be cool. We sure had good times around the campfire.
Gotta take one from our zany adventures.
No car like the Regalia. Took us around the world and back.
Dude,
Yes.
it is
It
like
wouldn't
this.
have been a road trip without her.
This is like super emotionally effective, right? For you to go back through these. This might honestly be like one of the most emotionally impactful things that a game actually forces you to do in the end. And this is also something that can be said about all of Tabata's like games that he's directed, is that there may be so many
Really brings
issues
back
with the
memories,
journey
doesn't
in a
it?
Tabata game, but at the end, there is always something that is like really mechanically profound that makes you look back on the journey and be like, okay, that was like, even like me going through this and like thinking about like the last like month or two we've been playing this game and going back through it, I get kind of emotional because I'm thinking about all the streams that we did and how fun like all this stuff was, and I'm getting flashbacks to like, oh yeah, I remember when we did that stream and that was like really fun.
I
I
can't
think
beat
that's
that.
really good.
A shot of all four of us together.
Through it all, we had each other.
Ignis sure cooked up a culinary cornucopia at camp.
How about a shot of us as we set off from Kaem?
I
That
do feel
really
like
stuck
this
with
is the
you, huh?
best. The best picture.
Fair enough.
Then it's settled. That's the one? No backsies?
Yeah.
What is that?
No context for this scene whatsoever. Nyx is
I'm
hanging,
afraid you're out of luck.
and it's just like, what the fuck?
The throne brings you here. It seats only one.
Off my chair, Jester. The king sits there.
Oh, Noct. How I have waited for this. Longer than you could ever know. Tonight, the dreams of the Blood Royal come to an end.
Spite's all that's kept him going.
Talk about a grudge.
Ardyn sits the throne.
Still crazy that Ardyn wins by the end, yeah.
This is my ascension.
He like 100% wins. You know? Like, he got like literally everything he wanted,
They
pretty
have
much.
no place in this. The Battle of Kings.
Bomb, it
Come,
wins.
Noctis.
Bro.
It ends now.
The once helpless and hapless prince. Is he now ready to claim his crown? Don't let us down. Let the games begin.
No. Now they end.
So you are the chosen king, but you are a second choice at best. name alone. I'm truly disappointed. Can't you do any better than that? 10 years, and nothing to show for it. Choosing
Oh shit.
chosen to die.
I hate mashing. I hate mashing. I'm
My revenge is soon at hand. How long?
I need an adult.
Don't worry. It's far from over. Well, let's have it then. You and your crystal. Against all I have become. Power of light! Ah, a king at last!
The final boss fight of FF15 is basically the first boss fight of Final Fantasy 16, more or less. Oh wait. Do I have to use a Phoenix? Where it's just warping around and holding the button. Turn off the cheeks now. Alexa, play Away, Final Fantasy 16. Pretty much the same fight. I guess I could try dodging stuff. If dodging shit didn't suck ass in this game, but this fight, what the fuck? This fight sucks ass. God. Pretty sure Dawn at the Future had this as a boss fight before Noctis convinces Ardyn to join him in killing Muhammad.
Then.
Interesting. I need to actually read the full book, which I plan to do later this year for a video.
The kings of yore are on hand, calling you forth to oblivion. Yet when your father died, you were off playing with your friends.
Literally,
When your
Tabitha did that, but
beloved
okay.
died,
Pop
you lay
off, bro.
watching, powerless to stop it.
Off.
You think 10 years is a long time? It is nothing to me. I have lived in darkness for ages. That is how you would end it.
We're actually gonna let Stand
Now
By
it
Me
is
play, by the
over,
way.
Majesty.
I can.
Will you do?
You can edit it out of the
Banish
VOD.
the demons and bring peace.
So
Erase me from history once
if
more.
you're live, you will hear it. If you're not
This
live,
time.
you will not hear it.
You can rest in peace. Close your eyes. Forevermore.
I will await you in the beyond.
You think 10 years is a long time? Feels like a meta commentary from the devs of how broken this game made them. Yeah. Yeah, I do think that this ending is more emotionally impactful, at least for me, than 16's. I don't like the actual design of either boss fight, though, but
Yeah.
but I really
are.
don't like the boss design. I mean, I don't like any of the
all
battle
you.
design in this game for the most part, like in terms of like how the enemies work. They're all just kind of like.
No turning back
But the
now.
problem is really with the combat system. But we'll talk about that after we beat this.
Prompto. Gladio. Ignis.
We're gonna do verse 2 after this, by the way.
I leave it to you. Walk tall. My friends.
Godspeed. And take care. Majesty.
I don't like this ending. It looks like they just wanted to get an emotional cheap shot. Kind of because there's no foreshadowing of Noctis's death, right? It just literally comes out of nowhere in chapter 14.
The time has come.
Or the end of chapter 13, I should say. Cinema time.
I'm home. I walk tall.
Eric the Dude, it's not that the story of Versus was 25% complete,
No,
it's
it took
that
me
the
a
game
while.
itself was 25%
now.
complete. The story of Versus was complete. At least Versus 1.
I love you all.
Not the whole trilogy, but
Luna. Guys. Dad. The time we had together. I cherish. Kings of Lucis. Come to me!
By the way, chat, is this still not like a death hole? In a way? You have to be killed by all of your ancestors? So this is definitely a remnant of that. Definitely a remnant of the Death Cult stuff. It's still in there. It's just not as played up as it would have been versus, but I wouldn't say they got rid of all of it.
Dad. Trust in me.
They also never really describe the afterlife or anything in this game. Like, it's never, like, really described what happens to the human soul when you die. And so this part also kind of comes left field for me, right? Where it's like, where are they at? In the live stream? In the crystal? Because of, like, what is this astral plane, right? The lore never sets that up properly. And so, and even this, like with them appearing by his side, it's like, this is also part of why people thought the bros were dead for like a really long time. Music here, though, is incredible. Dang, even both Clive and Noctis's arms turn that same shade of gray at the end, where it's almost like turning to stone. It's actually insane how many similarities there are between those two.
It's finally over.
I don't think Tabata thought this through. It just looks cool. I think he just loves killing the protagonist in his games. He got a lot of clout for how he did it in Crisis Core. And,
Ready?
yeah.
Steady.
But, like, honestly speaking, this shit does not... It was not, like, really built up to in, like, a...
Unbelievable.
really
Not
sensible
exactly
way.
a fairy tale beginning, huh, Prince Noctis?
Like, what
Unless
is
ourselves
the
get carried
afterlife
away.
in 15's universe,
These things
right?
happen.
Let's
That's,
just
like,
hope this
never
isn't some
explored
omen.
that I can recall.
Gladio, do me a favor.
Does anyone have
What?
anything
Push this thing by yourself.
that
All by
really talks
myself?
about 15's
You won't even
afterlife
notice if we
in
just
depth
let go.
for this to
Pronto,
be
Don't even think about it.
a thing
some
that
breath
felt
for
like it was
pushing.
foreshadowed and like
Come on,
meant to
time to
be the
switch.
ending.
Nah, we just
No, I'm gonna let it
switched back
play.
there.
And
We're
it's
just
my
gonna
turn.
get the
It's
copyright
time.
claim. I'm going to remove this so you can only hear this if you're live. The Twitch VOD will also be muted in this area. But you're gonna hear it. You're gonna hear it. We're just gonna take the L on the ad rev while we're live. And we'll just patch it up later. Oh, that's right, because they're playing my photos. How do you even mute it for the VOD? So YouTube has features that allow you to remove parts of your VOD even after you've uploaded it. And you can use that to remove copyright claims. It's actually pretty cool. This is a beautiful song, by the way. Like, one of the most beautiful that they ever chose for Final Fantasy. And I think that, like, I'm not really big on licensed music usually, but I do think that this was like a really solid choice for them to use. And given what happens at the end, I don't think that there is like a choice, like an alternative choice to use other than this song. Yeah, Florence is incredible. There was 2 other songs that they made, and I'm very sure that the intention was to use them in game, and then they didn't, which is just fucking crazy. I am sure things at like the afterlife are going to be more fleshed out if Matsuda was in a good mood and gave them more time. A lot of things in 15 just kind of had to be done and explanation began. Yeah. It was literally either this or the game was canceled. That was basically the deal. Either you get it out by the end of 2016 or we're done here because we can't keep spending money and time on this. And it's making the company look bad. It was a terrible situation that they were in.
Hard as I can.
Everything.
But this is an emotionally impactful ending, you know? Even seeing it now, I still... Although
What?
you don't see much emotion on my face, I still feel it in my heart, honestly.
You made me think you were close.
It's still something that gets to me for sure. And I also think that it's brilliant
All
how
you got?
they put your photos in the ending here, so you can really feel like this is your journey, right? Low-key cancellation would have been preferable. It probably would have been, you know, for the reasons that I mentioned. Hey, Afrojack, big NSP fan. Let's go. Let's go. The pictures being shown as the main montage for the credit was their best decision, legit. It really lets you look back at your journey. Not their journey, but your journey. Right. It's your unique journey as a player that you get to look back on here. Do you remember Too Much Is Never Enough from Florence and the Machine? I listen to that song all the time. I'm a massive fan of that song. And I'll tell you what, I'm extraordinarily disappointed that that song is not in the game. It just sucks. And, you know, because this game was modern, they were able to get, like, a lot of crazy sponsors like, you know, Coleman and Vivian Westwood, American Express, to help fund the development of this game. A lot of people are against that, but I just kind of feel like if you can get the money to fund a game and it makes sense because it is this modern fantasy world, then go ahead and do it. You know, I can't really complain. I'm also funded by sponsor money, so I mean, who am I to judge? Now this is the real emotional impact right here.
It been? An eternity.
So yeah.
Out with it.
I just...
I'm glad they didn't play music here, yeah.
Damn it. Why the hell is this so hard?
Men when they have to express emotion to other men.
So
This is us.
I've
This
made
is us
my
boys.
peace. Still, knowing this is it, and seeing you here now, It's more than I can take.
Yeah. You're damn right it is.
Huh. You spit it out. It's good to hear.
Wonder why they changed Noctis's face so drastically
Well?
after the 10 years. To probably make him look a little bit more like
can I
Regis.
say?
Because he doesn't look like Regis at all in the final game. But I really don't like that choice.
You guys are the best.
Damn. That's such like a well-delivered line. I know some people prefer the Japanese version where he says, "I love you all," which is actually really ironic because the Western version showing more restraint and the Japanese version being more like open with affection is kind of like in reverse a little bit, because normally, you know, it's the Western people more open with that type of affection, and maybe the Japanese type like showing a little bit more respect. R.I.P. Jared. I'm sorry. That is fucking hilarious. That actually literally lol. Holy fuck. Yeah, he says "I love you all" in the Japanese version. I like both versions. I cried reading reading Business Division 2. Oh my god, Leonthus, thank you so much for the 10 gift memberships. Goddamn, look at that. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. You're the best. You are the best. Thank you for being active in the Discord, for being a patron, for like really supporting the community. You are my goat. I like really appreciate you so much. Thank you. This has been such a great adventure. We're not done with Final Fantasy 15 though, obviously, and I really want to stress that here because we do have more FF15 content. I do think we're going to try to do PDLs, and we're going to take a look at some of the post-game content too. And then in terms of upcoming Final Fantasy 15 content on the channel, there is going to be the review video for this game, which I hope that you look forward to, the whole Final Fantasy 15 10 years later video. And then we're also but if it was, then it has definitely spread to the other side of the world at this point, because I'm seeing so many of them talking about it now. Talk about it, and I'll explain what they've been talking about after this scene.
To deliver the ring to Noctis. Wayward, though my son may indeed be, he has made me proud. May you too know happiness.
Why does Noctis stay aged to 30, but Luna is like still 20 something? I guess it's the age they died, but but I'm thinking, you know what? If I died, roll me back to 20. You know what I'm saying? Like, thoughts as theories on what this final scene is meant to be, the afterlife, an alternate ending. It's supposed to be the afterlife, but I'm not. There's no setup for 15's afterlife for this to actually have that type of significance, right? Like, why does the afterlife have the same skybox as, or like the void or whatever the fuck they were in the game where he kills Ardyn? Why does it have the same skybox as the crystal? Right? Like, what is that communicating? I just don't understand. Like, it just doesn't add up, you know? There's no... It's not set up well, I feel. You will resume play. Do you wish to proceed? No. Wait, actually, yes. I guess. Sadly, they didn't add more save slots. Well, it's okay, because if you're on PC, what you can always do is just go to the folder, and then once you're in that folder, you can just I think it's supposed to be playing like the dawn animation, but it's not doing it. I think the mod broke the game, actually. Yeah, it did. We had to restart it. That's so funny. Okay, let's restart it. Your game is confused? I know. You see how it tried to like push the clouds and it was trying to like make the animation play, but it couldn't do it. How many stars do you rate this game? Ah, fuck. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. This is like a very... In some ways, this is a very beautiful game. And I mean that on like a soulful, spiritual level. It's like a very beautiful game. And then in so many other ways, this is a frustrating, broken, incomplete mess. It's both things. And sometimes you kind of had to like, you kind of had to like let it be in your mind and like let it be in your heart that it can be both of those things. It can be a broken, complete fucking mess that is not complete, and it can be a beautiful experience that will stick with you for your life, you know? at the same time. This game is both of those things. And that is hard to process sometimes, that a game or that any experience can be not the best and then also still somehow impactful and still stick with you and truly change your life in a way for the better. And I feel both of those ways about this game. I'm deeply disappointed and deeply fulfilled by what this game is. You know, it sucks and it's kind of awesome too. You know, I think that if there was anything I learned from going to therapy, for example, is that you kind of have to be comfortable with in life with an experience being both of those things simultaneously. Like, it is simultaneously sometimes unpleasant, and you still, well, I don't know if I wouldn't change it, but it definitely led to a lot of good outcomes, right? We would not be here doing this today if it were not for this game. I wouldn't be here, right? I wouldn't be making content. This game tangibly changed my life. And I do wish that it was what I wanted from the start. But, you know, at the same time, if it was what I wanted from the start, would I have thought to start making YouTube videos? Because honestly, a lot of people think that they watched me, like Mandela Effect, they think they watched me in the lead up to this game. But I actually started right after this game launched. And part of the reason I started was because I was so deeply disappointed by how the 1.0 build of this game was that I was just like, I'm just going to create a channel and kind of just like vent and talk about this with other people and connect with other people about this. So I started right after this game launched. And I started talking about it because I needed an outlet for 10 years of build up to Versus and what became 15. And I needed a place to be able to express that and kind of like come to terms with what this game was. Sounds like a bad psychedelic trip, life-changing experience, even if it sucks. Yeah. I mean, that's true, right? Like, you still sometimes have a life-changing experience from something like that. So, yeah, and so, okay, let's do chapter, or verse 2 from episode Ignis. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna start it. So give me 1 second. Okay. It's time. Of course, I'm going to continue all the videos for Final Fantasy 15, especially this year, to celebrate the anniversary.
Iggy! Gladio! Are you all right? Where's Prompto? Well, well. What have we here?
Fuck. No. Hold on. Why did it stop? What the fuck? I want the game. Hold on. The game is audio? Give me one sec. Oh. That's strange. I think like all of my game is loud. Oh, really? I hear nothing. That's strange. Hold on, really? I didn't hear anything. I think the game is bugging. Now it's quiet. Okay, because I turned it down to see if it was still coming out. Vonti, thank you so much for the super chat. Eva 15 was the most beautiful piece of trash I've ever played in my life. Never was disappointed with the game until this one. Thank you so much, Vonti. You know, yeah. No, I get you. I get you for sure. It is beautiful, and it is kind of like that too at the same time. And it's just like, oh, I know why. The fucking thing decided to come out of my PlayStation headphones instead of my actual... Oh, shit. It disconnected my... That's crazy. Basically, all of my USBs, like, disconnected at once. Hold on, chat. This is rather concerning. They reconnected though, but so that's good. Let me see. Maybe I can use my earphones. Of course, the battery's fucking low, so why the hell is the battery low? Very strange. Give me 1 second. Let's figure this out. Did Sephiroth do this? Okay. Dang, dog. What the fuck is happening? Shit. Let me see. Do that. And then, oh, fuck. God. Let me see if any of my headphones will work. Because for some reason, all of them stopped working. Like, literally all of them. Let's see. That, or this is going to turn into a chatting stream and we'll do episode Ignis next time. I'm feeling like that might be what has to happen if I can't. Let me see. Yeah, I did that. I unplugged it and then wait. Maybe. Oh. Oh shit. I think I got it working. Let's go, let's go. Let's see. Oh wait, hold on. Let me turn it on.
The game's out, my boy.
Okay, I turned it up. Loud? Oh shit, my bad.
Come now, why not follow your liege's lead and stop resisting?
Never.
Is it cutting out for you guys, or is that just me?
Of kings, only to witness him fail so. You must be so disappointed.
Unhand him.
I know I am. Oh, what good is a
Okay, it
world that
stopped.
only ever lets you down? Why not end it all right here?
No. You can't. Knocked!
My, you two certainly have become fast friends.
Now it's cutting out for me super bad. But as long as it's good for you guys, I don't care.
To make a suggestion. Rather than follow this flotsam and float away to a watery grave, why not come with me? What do you say?
Wait, you can hear the cutting out? Oh wait, it's cutting out for us too now? Okay. Let me see something. Dude, this game, I feel like, yeah, okay. Yeah, because it's cutting out super bad for me. We can always do this one next stream. Let me play like a track, like a song. What's a song that I know won't get claimed on here? All of them. I'll just do the Final Fantasy 15 lo-fi, because that doesn't get claimed. So we'll do that. Let me just see. See if it cuts in and out, or if it's just the game. No, it's like my PC's entire audio driver. Well, that's fine. Welcome to the Just Chatting stream now. Where we're going to talk about the game. Which is kind of like what I want to do anyway, after all that. Some driver must have crashed. It did. You know it crashed whenever I open up my... when it opens up all of your external drives at once. And that's what it did to me. It opened up like every single external drive I have. And I was like, oh, why are all of my external drives like opening right now simultaneously? And that is in fact because I'll just actually use this scene here and then put the chat box up here. But yeah, but it's fine. So let's talk about the game. Let's talk about Final Fantasy 15. Also, Roy Mustang, thank you for another super chat. Falcom reported their operating profit increased by 1,200% and revenue rose by 150%. year on year, seems like every company except SE is doing well. Oh, the music is still doing cutouts? Okay. No music then. No music. It's not necessary. Can you show the heart portrait by the floor? Oh, you mean this? I can't pick this up. This right here? This is like a Metaphor Refantasio like special edition thing, and yeah, I cannot pick that up. That is like that is well, for starters, I have Expedition 33 Collector's Edition sitting on top of it. I have Yuna sitting on top of it, and I also have Slime. But also, yes, first of all, Roy Mustang, thank you for your super chat. Square Enix is actually doing well in terms of their profits, but it's not well because they're delivering a ton of games to fans. It was mostly because of other things. Older games, remakes and remasters, pushing out basically all that stuff. And so it feels like it sucks because it does for us, right, as fans. We didn't get very much, but that's because they've mostly become a remake remaster company. And I do think that's kind of a fair criticism of them right now, is that they are kind of using that in order to coast by and not have to release new games. Yeah, I think their manga and books too, it's like everything but new games, right? So they are profitable right now, but it's not off of new games. So it doesn't feel good as a fan. But as a company, which who gives a fuck, but as a company, they're doing well. They're doing a lot better, actually, right now. Final Fantasy XIV's revenue has also decreased massively multiple years in a row. Right. Because some people were trying to just point to FF14's revenue decreasing this year, but I think it has been decreasing over the years. And I also think some people are kind of in denial about the state of Final Fantasy XIV. Some people are basically trying to suggest that the game is doing as fine as it ever has. And I think that is not a perspective rooted in reality as far as I can personally discern. The numbers have definitely been decreasing. There's no denying that. I'm not saying that the game is dying or on death's door or anything like that, but I think that like I think that anyone saying that the game is like healthy right now and doing fine, like I think we need to be serious. I think we need to be serious. Like it is definitely not doing its best right now. That is not rooted in reality. And also that's why Evercold is such a it's part of why they're overhauling so much with Evercold. Do you think it's because Dontrell wasn't like, or because the Sangha ended? The former. It's because Dontrell wasn't like, to be honest. Like, I think that there's just no getting around it, right? Even myself, anecdotally, obviously I'm not the end-all be-all player, but I think that when you looked at someone like me, for example, who was really enthusiastic about 14, really loved the game. As a matter of fact, you probably can't see it because I have like my blur filter on. Hold on. I want you guys to see Naked Xenos. Give me one sec. Turn it off. So, yeah, as you can see, I have shirtless Xenos in my background. I am also in need of more posters still to fill my background, so if anyone's like a great artist, like let me know. Those are signed Zodiac Age posters, by the way. And then my friend Casas is the one that did the artwork for Ultima-chan, and he did the artworks that you see there with the girl with the pink hair and orange hair. He does really great artworks. And then I have the Brave Exvius artwork, which is like the two girls kissing. And then I have Jolene Cujo, 30th anniversary artwork. A friend did my Final Fantasy 14 character. And then I have like this really sick FF7 poster that a friend gave to me. And some other shit over here that you can see. Also, my fan is like... Anyways, yeah. So I have some pretty cool stuff. But you guys only see this part normally, where the collection is filled in. But yeah. What the fuck were we talking? Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 14. Anyways, oh, where did I get the Final Fantasy 15 billboard? Is that I have a friend, and this was like a decade of fucking ago, I think now, who had this at his house, and he was like, "Bro, I'm giving it to you." So shout out to Chris for giving me that. He gave me this big billboard, and it was really cool. And I was like, "Fuck it, I'll like include it in the background of my videos." And for a really long time, it kind of actually just sat at my different living locations, and I didn't use it. And then eventually I figured out, like when I moved here, I was like, I'm gonna find a way to work it into my background. And so I've been holding on to that for like a decade, and now I finally have a space for it, and it feels like a nice part of my background. And it's even got the original date on it, September 30th, 2016. I like it because it's like this. I like the way it like looms over me, you know, and reminds me that Final Fantasy 15 was like that. Roy Mustang, thank you for the super chat. Final Fantasy 14 falling off and Yoshi P have more egg on his face? I'm dancing. That's some delicious news there. Please elaborate. Okay, so I'm not wishing for anyone's failure or anything like that. I still like Yoshi P quite a lot, honestly. When I met him, I thought he was a very magnetic gentleman, let's say. I thought he was really cool. He has great drip. I very much disagree with him on some game design choices and storytelling choices as of late, but I still like Yoshi P. And I don't want Final Fantasy 14 to fall off. But I do want him to have some realizations, right? Like some people would think that I wouldn't want him or Creative Studio 3 to ever tackle another mainline title. I don't feel that way personally. I would love to see them tackle another mainline title, but I don't want them to tackle Final Fantasy 17, 18, whatever they end up working on, in the same way that they tackled 16. I would like for them to take the feedback and the criticism that they got and listen to it. And I know some people would not want that. I know some people were like, they did nothing wrong. Don't listen to the haters. Make 16-2 like another character action game. I don't really subscribe to that much myself personally. So I think that if CS3 made another Final Fantasy game, I would love to see them take from maybe Final Fantasy 12 more. And not to say that it would necessarily have 12's combat or be like 12 in that literal sense, but I would like to see them challenge Final Fantasy on the RPG side of things more than they did with 16, which was pretty much a character action game through and through. Right? The numbers don't lie. CS3's current design philosophies do not resonate with most players. I think that's getting harder and harder to deny. I agree, Tag. Because I think when you look at the discontent that's happening around Final Fantasy 14 and you look at how much people pushed back against a lot of the design choices in Final Fantasy 16, it 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 does start to get really hard to say that the majority, or maybe not the majority, but it's hard to say that a lot of players are fine with things as they are, right? Like, they wouldn't be trying to overhaul 14 in the way that they are if everything was fine. Action combat isn't even 16's issue. It's just that A Realm Reborn's yellow quest design has always been bad because it was just bogged down by standard MMO quests for EXP farming. Yeah. Well, I do take issue with the combat, but I agree with you that at a higher level, they still could have made that work if the yellow side quest design wasn't so bad, and also wasn't a part of the main story quest, which I feel like is one of my key issues with the way 16 turned out. So, but yeah, that aside, yeah. I don't know, man. Most people rate 16 to be an 8 or a 9. Sounds pretty solid to me. It's pretty divisive. I do agree that a lot of people rate it to be an 8 or a 9, but there are also people that would straight up say it's like their least favorite title. And I would be one of those, if I'm honest. I would definitely rate it my 16th favorite mainline title. If I'm just speaking bluntly honest to you, I would definitely say that it is my 16th favorite mainline game. I just was not personally like a fan at all, like, looking back. I even respect the ambitions of like FF2 more, if I'm being real, because the FF2, while a deeply flawed game, I still think FF2 was more ambitious and interesting than what it was. And like, even FF15, which is technically a worse game, I still feel like touches on the notes of what it means to be Final Fantasy for me more than what the final game of 16 did. I know that's not a very popular take, and you're right. There are plenty of people who are like, this is my favorite Final Fantasy game ever. So, no disrespect to them. Their opinion is every bit as valid as mine. But yeah, for me, I would not probably rate the game too highly after it's set on me now. Personally speaking. Even Final Fantasy 15, which we just went through and is now really fresh in my head, is such a deeply flawed game in so many fucking ways, man. They kept adding like really compelling content, but the foundation itself was just genuinely fucked in a lot of ways. But I still think that 15 still manages to hit on the notes of Final Fantasy for me. And I think that even though it is technically more flawed than 16, I still enjoy it more, right? Like, as I go through it, there is still like a diverse number of gameplay experiences. I kind of appreciate what the artists and the developers really wanted to accomplish with the game. It's just such an interesting game. Roy Mustang, thank you for the super chat. 2 out of 10 is what I would rate FF16. Damn. The only FF game I'd rate lower is 13, which is a 1 out of 10 game, of course. That's crazy, brother. That is crazy. I don't think I would personally rate them a 2 or a 1. I'm not going to... In fact, for numbers, I don't really like numbers, because numbers can't really quantify my experience. There are 2 games I could give an 8, and those 2 games would be worlds apart in terms of how I feel about them. So I don't really like to use numbers to talk about how I feel about games, because I don't think numbers can really quantify the experience of a game for me, because there's just so many pieces to a game that it makes it like really hard to just quantify it with one number. But I would say I do enjoy 13 more than 16 by quite a lot. Because again, like I said, while 13 is also a deeply flawed game, and in some ways may even be more flawed than... Actually, no, I don't think 13 is more flawed than 16. I think the only thing worse about 13 as a game is the story. The story is, or not the story, I'm sorry, because I actually think the story is better in 13 than 16. The character dialogue is what I meant to say. I think the character dialogue in 13 fucking sucks. It's really bad. It's a really, really bad character dialogue. But actually, I do think most things about Final Fantasy 13 are actually better than 16. Like, I like the combat more. You do get to play as different characters. The music is great in both. But I feel like 13's OST is a bit more memorable in terms of not just battle themes, but also BGM. Like, I can recall, like, very distinctly, like, any 13 track you play BGM-wise, I know exactly, like, where that place was, right? So I think that, well, 16 has better battle tracks for me. I think 13's actually kind of just a better game. Also, too, boss fight-wise, I think 13's boss fights are better than 16. I think that, like, if you played a clip of 16's boss fight, 16 would look better in that clip. But the actual experience of playing 13's boss fights is better, in my opinion. I don't have strong feelings for 16. I think it has some of the best voice acting and highest highs in the series, both action set pieces and emotional. I personally like the stories because it's just FF tactics with kaiju fights. But I don't care one way or another for the combat because I have always preferred other RPGs for their turn-based combat. I think it's a good game and released in a decent state, which certain games can't claim. Yeah, for sure. But ultimately, given that I don't really care one way or another with 16, I think it's just a decent game, and FF fans being hyperbolic with every new entry is boring to me now. That's fair. That's fair. FF13 boss fights are... Dude, FF13 has seriously underrated boss fights. So yeah, I would definitely say that. I enjoyed 13 more than 16. And I feel like improving 13 is a lot easier than improving 16, right? Like, you can remaster 13 and you can make a game that I feel pretty solidly positive about, despite some of its flaws and its current state weighing me down. Like, if you released a version of 13 where you can character switch, like, just that alone would improve the experience of what is already like a really good combat system quite a lot. So just doing that, I feel like you would improve the game standing for me in like a really good way. And so it probably would be like a solid B tier Final Fantasy for me, like once the remaster drops and they add all those features, assuming that that's what they're going to do. So I'm not like big on like hating 13, even though I do think it's a deeply flawed game. And I did kind of put it in my last place for like last tier list, which I think is a little unfair as I think back on it. But I do think that there is a world where 13 can actually be like a really solid B tier FF for me, and that I really enjoy. I just need them to go back and fix some things about it that really don't fucking work. And a lot of it is just small things too. Like, I know some people will say that like, oh, you're removing the friction, but I don't mind party leader death in any other game leading to a game over. But in 13, it literally makes no fucking sense. There's no lore sense behind it. There's no gameplay sense behind why when the character leader dies, it's game over. It's like literally just arbitrarily there to have friction, which can be fine sometimes, but it just, there's no reason for it to be there. And that was a pretty common criticism with it. And it would make the game a lot easier if it didn't have that. So I would like for them to maybe add a hard mode to compensate for it. But honestly, a lot of times you die in 13 purely because the boss decided to target your party leader a bit too aggressive. And stuff like that sucked. So, yeah. Yeah. The world I want to see is them finishing the modding tools for FF15 and see what the community can cook up. Having their, after a few years, having their hands on it. Yeah, that's what I would want to. Honestly, we would have so many amazing mods for Final Fantasy 15 if that was a thing. Like, people basically would have fixed and finished the game in a lot of ways. Yeah, that's why I think it works well in Persona and not as well here. I think 13 can still be hard without party leader death. Yeah. I mean, like in Persona, if you get party leader death, you are just playing the game fucking wrong. Like, objectively, you're playing the game wrong. You suck. It's so easy to not get party leader death in most encounters that if you do, then you deserve to get the game over, right? Like, you can switch personas on the party leader, right? So if someone's like targeting your party leader's weaknesses, then you know to like make that not happen. There's also so many mechanics that you can use to avoid your party leader dying. In Final Fantasy 13, I guess you could paradigm shift to like a healer sentinel type build, but it's like you don't really have much control over the main character dying, or like not as much. Like, the mechanics aren't built around incentivizing you to find ways to prevent party leader death more so than other characters. And so it is pretty arbitrary in 13. So I'm not even against party leader death equals game over. That's a bad mechanic, lol. I think that's a pretty brain dead discussion, honestly, whenever it's had. But I do think in specifically Final Fantasy 13, it's a bad mechanic because of the way that game is set up. But if they had more mechanics that made it so that it was more mechanically like in tuned, I don't know what I'm fucking saying, but basically, like, if it had Persona like mechanics to make it so that the MC should always be able to negate the damage, and if you aren't doing that, then you are fucking playing the game wrong, then I wouldn't feel that way about it. But it doesn't have that, so that sucks. In the newer Persona games, enemies are programmed to not hit the MC as much, which sometimes is cool, and sometimes it's way too obvious in a negative way. Yeah, no, for sure. It's a hard mechanic to get right, so I understand why it's controversial. One boss is garbage in 13, and it's a super boss. You just have to heal and revive and protect and poison to beat because attacks you got you dead. Yeah. That era of Square kind of had like a lot of bad super bosses in general. Like what's his name from Birth by Sleep? Worst fucking super boss ever. God, that shit was ass cheeks. So, but yeah, and in Final Fantasy 15, of course, it makes sense because that's an action game, and yeah. But I really think that Final Fantasy 7 Remake got it right, the most right, in terms of how all of that should work. You know what 13 actually needed? A tactics menu, which Dragon Quest has had since 4 or 5. Just some preset AI behaviors like aggressive or defensive. You should have been able to apply separate from shifting paradigms. Yeah. Yeah. They needed a way so that you could have some type of control over your party members that wasn't just shifting paradigms, which isn't enough. Like, one of the core strategies of the game, like late game, is playing as Hope. Because Hope, you need haste, right? And Hope will, like, his AI sucks at applying haste. And there's no way to, like, be able to tell Hope, like, hey, could you prioritize hasting me? So the only thing you can do is play as Hope yourself and make sure that you cast haste. And what if you're like, well, I don't want to play as Hope. I want to play as Lightning. well, fuck you. You can't do that. You have to play as Hope. And so that's like one of my least favorite things about it. But I will say, I do like that 13 doesn't force lightning on you. 13, like, once you get all the party members unlocked, you can have any party configuration you want in that game, which is really cool. And it is crazy that the game gives you that kind of freedom to explore any party configuration when most of the game like really fucking doesn't. So it's strange. I think every game that uses AI from SE has that ability in some way, minus 13 and 15 1.0. At least the ones I play, yeah. Hold on one sec. Vaughn, what's up, Vaughn? If this thing will let me scroll up. You know, wait, I just read that. Where's Vaughn's comment? The developer stated that the reason for leader death equal game over is essentially that healing was too strong in 13. That's such a bad argument, though. That means that you need to make healing not as strong, right? Like you need to like have more limitations around healing. Man, make healing weaker then, yeah. Right? Like make a mechanic around healing, right? Like don't just let people heal willy-nilly. Like I feel like that's such a bad... Bro, Toriyama is kind of washed. I'm not gonna lie. I like him as a scenario writer on like 10 and 7 remake and like what he did on OG7. But yeah, he's kind of washed in terms of like some of his game design takes, like with 13. I was like, yo, what the fuck are you saying, bro? It's like, it's not... Roy Mustang, thank you for another super chat. FF13 has the most nonsensical fantasy world I've ever laid my eyes upon. Can you tell me what a normal person's life is like in Bodom? This is something that I think that could have definitely improved 13's story quite a lot, is maybe elaborating a little bit more or letting us personally see the lives of people in Cocoon like a little bit more. They kind of do it, right? They kind of have like some flashback scenes where they kind of like let you see into their lives a little bit, and you get to visit Hope's parents and stuff like that. But I do wish there were more, well, obviously, and this is the big part of the discourse, town segments where you could actually see that and could get a sense of the world. I really do think that that's actually part of what 13 lost, is not having those town segments, because when you don't have those town segments, you can't really just explore what people's daily lives are like without that. Yeah, that's why 13.2 has blood damage. That makes so much sense. That's also why they tried to make blood damage a thing in 15 too. But that's also bad game design. It's also really bad game design. I hate the way blood damage works in Final Fantasy 15. It sucks. I get why it's there, but it's not a good mechanic, but it's kind of a symptom of like what's wrong with the entire game, really. You can buy like 1,000 blood potions and ignore the mechanic anyway. Yeah, exactly. Also, if healing is like OP, then maybe like there should have been some type of MP system or cooldown on healing, right? Like maybe you have like a finite amount of MP for each fight, and whenever you heal, you have to actually use MP. Like it actually has to be a finite resource that you have to micromanage. This is also kind of the problem with Final Fantasy XIII's dungeon design, right? Is that in most games where you have a dungeon crawlers tend to be like, you have to micromanage resources, right? Like that tends to be the gameplay loop in those sorts of games, right? Like an SMT game, for example, when you're going through dungeons, you have to manage like your SP. Same is true of Persona, right? You have to manage like your SP items and all kinds of other stuff, healing items, etc. And you can't just like burn out on all that stuff. But the problem with Final Fantasy 13 is that because you recover full HP from every battle, there are no expendable resources in the entire game. And the fact that the entire game is dungeon after dungeon, it's a dungeon crawler, which dungeon crawlers are fine, but it lacks that core element that's supposed to be in a dungeon crawler. Right? That element that of you micromanaging your items and how you're going to get through that dungeon is just non-existent, right? And so it streamlines it to the point of where you fight the enemy and then you heal to full, and it becomes this run to enemy cutscene fight, right? Like our run to enemy fight cutscene type flow. And that's why it gets so much criticism ultimately, is that, even with Final Fantasy X, for example, you're still micromanaging all of your resources through dungeons and through different events. And you can't just go to a shop that is every 5 feet and buy more potions, more ethers and stuff like that. But yeah. Roy, thank you for another super chat, man. You're just going crazy today. SE has lost the art of making believable towns from FF9 onwards. The PS1 games sparked your imaginations with what the games did not show. Well, yeah. But to do that with modern technology is quite tough, right? Because in a modern game, we expect to be able to see and do everything in a town. But I would say that 10's towns are very believable. You don't think 10 had pretty believable towns? You didn't believe what was it, Besaid, or there's another one I'm thinking of, Luca is incredibly believable. 12 also had like really believable towns, maybe the most believable. I like that 13 does it that way, because every encounter is designed in a way where if you don't kind of go autopilot, you might die. I get it, but it makes for the actual like thing that you're doing outside of combat in 13 to be like really boring, for the sake of making combat like the ultimate interesting thing. So it means that like whenever you're out between battles, there's kind of a problem of being between battles is boring, and there's nothing to like really engage with other than like the Crystarium, which doesn't really offer it a tremendous amount of choice or like really meaningful illusional choice. So yeah, Lightning Returns does actually have like really interesting towns. Actually, I think so too. And I think Rebirth got some really believable towns. Like I was actually really blown away with Upper Junon in Rebirth. Like I found that like to actually be like an amazingly like well fleshed out sequence before the parade. I was like, wow, this is really cool. Lots of interesting things to explore and go around. So yeah, I actually found like and like the Lower Junon too, but more so Upper. Yeah, I feel like they were actually really well captured the OG's essence with that scene. So that is a great observation. Final Fantasy 13 was boring between fights, and I don't hate the game. Yeah, that's like 99% of the problem with 13, or like 90% of why people check out of the gameplay of 13, is that like if you're not actively in a fight, the game is boring, because what else do? You just walk. You don't explore, you don't find things. The treasure chests are very obvious. Like there's nothing really to it. There's nothing to going around in 13. Yeah, the cutscenes and the battle content's amazing, but 13 needed something for you to do that wasn't just fights. And that's part of the problem, where people come up with like, oh, towns must be the problem, or all this other stuff that they point to. Oh shit. Okay, first of all, Roy Mustang, thank you for the super chat. Another super chat. And GBCAT 64. Holy shit, with the 10 gift memberships. God damn, brother. Holy fuck. Thank you guys so much for really just raining on me today. I see the dollar bills coming from the sky. I appreciate it so much. Thank you guys so much. I hope you are looking forward to more FF15 when we start trying to crack Pitios and doing what do you call it? Getting the Regalia type F and flying around and such. So I'm excited. Roy Mustang, thank you for the super chat again. I thought FF10 was mid. Oh brother. Oh brother, I can't agree. I can't agree. That's my favorite one. I didn't finish the game though. Witcher 3 does a great job of sparking your imagination with the hidden worlds at the end. So I hate to say like go watch someone's content to like get enjoyment out of the game. But I do think that you should watch and play along the game with Resident Arc's podcast. Because I think that podcast actually made some people who weren't really Final Fantasy X heads go back and like reevaluate the game with a much higher appreciation. And I think that even happened for Mike himself, because I think 10 was kind of in like his middle tier, and then it went up to like his upper tier after that, like into like his S tier for Final Fantasies after he replayed it with a more analytical lens as an adult. Which is actually something I hear about 10 quite often, is that a lot of people didn't like it, and then they kind of come back to it as adults, and then they deeply appreciate Final Fantasy X. Subtext, what's up? Did you beat it? Even better after diving so much? Yeah, we beat Final Fantasy 15. So here's the thing. I think with the DLC added in the Royal Edition, it's a much better game and a much more complete story than it was originally. But it is not still quite the game that people wanted. There's still quite a bit missing from it, just missing in the feel of the game. I don't know how to explain it. So many things that just didn't happen that people still wanted. I think that I still love and appreciate Final Fantasy 15, but I'm still bitter towards Square Enix for not actually finishing the fucking game. Could have been the best. I love how much I can boost stats in Final Fantasy X, but even with the right gear and strategies, the sphere grid took a very long time to complete, but that's what kept me playing. The work was very rewarding. Yeah, for sure. Do you think they would have done a year 3 DLC had Dawn of the Future been a huge success? Perhaps even doing Royal Edition 2 kind of thing? I don't know. It's hard to imagine they would have been allowed to do even more. It's really hard to imagine. I think that they should have, though, for sure. But I think they wanted to move on to the next game, right? Like even Cyberpunk didn't dwell on it for a long time. Cyberpunk was a massive success. Phantom Liberty was a massive success. And even they still did not dwell on it for too long. So I don't really think that they would dwell on it. Agreed about 15 not being finished. They at least owed us that much. Dude, imagine if CD Projekt Red didn't finish Cyberpunk. If they just left it like that. Could you imagine? Like, I would be super skeptical about The Witcher 4, right? Or the remake of The Witcher 1 or Cyberpunk 2. Like, I would be a lot more cautious about the excitement for those games, personally speaking. Yeah, I mean, it's not true freedom, Crossy, but I don't think that it needs to be. I don't think it needs to be. You know, all it needs to be is a good illusion of choice, like a satisfying illusion of choice. I think that people like value like the true sense of freedom in every word, but I don't think that games even have to be that. I just think that they need to feel like when you're playing, it's very engaging and interesting to do. And when I go back through it, I don't hate this very great. Like I don't think like this sucks. I still find it like a really engaging system. So you're not wrong. It's just it's still tight despite it all. People should be skeptical of CD Projekt Red despite Cyberpunk being fixed. They got to make sure they actually learn their lesson, right? But it feels also like too, even if it is fucked at launch, they will stick with their games, right? Like that is like the message that they sent. That even if they launch a product and it's like that, you know that they're not just going to abandon it. So I think that there is a sense of security that was established by CDPR for doing that. Like there is a feeling that if I buy their games, even if it is a broken mess, which hopefully it won't be, they will do their best to fix it. And I don't think that about Square, like at all. With 2.0, they practically remade how it worked. Yeah, they basically remade the game mechanically, more or less, with 2.0. How many games can you name that did that? Not very many, so. I love CDPR, but they repeatedly said we'll release it when it's ready. And then when it wasn't ready, which lost a lot of points for me, they kneeled to investor and shareholder pressure, basically. And they released a game that was not finished. I think video games make it really apparent that art at a publicly traded company is something that happens despite the fact and not because of. You know what I'm saying? Like, a publicly traded company is not an environment conducive for art. It is not. It is an environment conducive for slop that is made to make quarterly profits be hit, quarterly targets. But it is not made for, it's not beneficial for art, right? Because how do you make art when your primary objective is to make more money than you made last year, right? Well, then you need to sell more units, or you need to sell more DLC, or you need to make a service game, and you need to force in microtransactions and do all these other things. So, you know, when we do get games that are actually art, that are actually good from publicly traded companies, it's not because they were grown in soil that allowed them to flourish and bloom. It's because despite all that shit, somehow that flower was just so resilient that it still, you know, was able to bear fruit anyways. So art in a publicly traded company is not feasible because the investors won't like it. Right. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? If you're trying to make art inherently is kind of exclusive, right? Like good art is kind of exclusive as opposed to like super inclusive. Let me explain like what I mean by that. Like good art is not necessarily going to be made for every single person on earth. Like it's not. And that's also where it speaks to us the most, is when there are going to be people that like fucking hate it. Like there are going to be people that don't understand this, but it is speaking directly to the people that do get it, the people that it's going to connect with. And the problem is that in a publicly traded company, what the fuck do you mean you're not going to target this demographic? Like, what the fuck do you mean the game's not going to be accessible for these people? And so what you have to do is make a game that will be appropriate for every human being that plays video games, and some even that don't, which means you have to water it down. And in the process of doing that, you create a mass market product that a lot of people will enjoy, but not deeply, not truly. And so the process of doing that sucks. Probably one of the reasons I love 16, you don't, for instance. I would actually argue that 16 was made with what I'm mentioning in mind. 16 was made because they thought they could not do anything else. And not like they were going to be like, okay, we're not going to target like the biggest demographic. Actually, all the choices for 16 were made because they wanted to target the biggest demographic, right? And then this is not me saying this. This is actually what Yoshi P said, right? When he said, for example, we have to do this style of action combat because we don't think doing any other style of combat would give us the return on investment that this action system would. You know, it's very obvious too. They chose Game of Thrones for inspiration. Is Game of Thrones considered the most successful television series of all time? I believe it is, actually. Yeah, like, I don't think that there's any coincidence that they chose at least one of the most successful series of all time to model itself after in order to bring that mass appeal. So I wouldn't agree that 16 was like saying, if anything, 16 told it's kind of like it's more minority, or not minority, but it's more core demographic to get fucked because we want to pursue the bigger mainstream demographic, which is the opposite of what I'm talking about. Yeah. So yeah. And then it didn't even work. Yeah. You're kind of misquoting Yoshida when it comes to okay. We're going to do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's bring it up. Let's bring up the quote. Let's bring up the quote. I am not misquoting him. I promise you. Let's bring it up, chat. So in creating Final Fantasy 6, oh wait, let me scroll up. Where is it at? Let's just start from the top here. I think it segues in. The Final Fantasy numbered series haven't been turn-based for quite some time. With each new game, the series moves further away from its classic roots toward a more action-oriented combat system. Combat has never been further from being turn-based in a Final Fantasy game, more so than Final Fantasy 16, which is the most action-based game in the mainline franchise yet. I recently played 2 hours of the game to dive deeper, blah, 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 but after playing some of the game, I spoke with Final Fantasy 16 producer Naoki Yoshida. Blah, blah. When creating Final Fantasy 16, you can't ignore the data that's been taken from the fan base from Final Fantasy 1 through 15. So again, creating a Final Fantasy, a numbered Final Fantasy, has become such an endeavor to the point of where your development costs can go upward of $100 million just to create one game. And so to recoup that cost, you need as many people playing your game as possible. And while a lot of older fans are used to what Final Fantasy had in the past, a lot of younger players have never played a Final Fantasy. They grew up playing first-person shooters. They grew up playing games like Grand Theft Auto, where basically you press a button and something happens immediately. And so to recoup that development cost, you need as many people playing your game as possible. So again, I would love to hear from you on how I'm not reading that correctly when you know, it's not a command-based system. When you press a button, your guy shoots. Why do you have to wait for him to shoot? I should be able to press square when he shoots immediately. You have this whole generation of gamers that grew up, and you need to get those generations to come in and play Final Fantasy 16, which has this image of not being that type of game. You have to make it appealing to that group as well. And so to get that group to come in and introduce them to the series, we decided to go down this route. Is that not what I just described? Genuinely would like to hear your rebuttal. Maybe I'm not, maybe my phrasing is off, but like that is legitimately like what he said, right? Like if you have anything to, he also said that they surveyed the team and realized they were playing action games as much as turn-based, since the concept revolved around kaiju fights, that they've also felt this was a good direction. Right. But like, and I'm sure that's true, but like, do you think it was that? Or do you think it was probably more of like that they had $100 million in the project and they had to make that 100 milli back like he's describing here? Anyways, I don't mean to call you out like that, but yeah, it is like he explicitly said that we had to, when we looked at everything, we had to like make the game like this because that's what the data said to do. And this is a publicly traded company. Like, that's not me just being like a little butthole about it. Like that's like legitimately like what he said. We got to make the money back, and like that's the only way we can do it. I hope I didn't come off as aggressive to you, Paul, but that is what he said. Like I'm not making that up. Dell, you came in at a good time. At a great time, actually. What's up, Dell? Roy Mustang, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Tell him NSP, show him the quote where Yoshi P said he wanted to appeal to the Call of Duty GTA crowd. Every creative choice in 16 is motivated by money. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's, again, that is like literally, that's his words, right? Not yours or mine, but yeah. So they're like, we have to get like the Call of Duty GTA crowd to recoup $100 million. There's no other way to do that. And yeah, it sounded like you were trying to say you were wrong. You just backed up your words, which is totally fair. Yeah. I don't want to be aggressive, to be clear. I just get like really passionate. Okay, you understand that it's not aggression. Okay, I'm glad, Paul. I'm not trying to like ratio you or have chat beat your ass or anything. I promise. I just get like very lit up about that. So I hope we're good. I love you. I love anyone who would ever tune in to me talk about this shit, even if they disagree with me and think I'm full of bullshit. But yeah, that is like what he said. So I do think people sometimes get mad at me for saying that, but that is like literally his own words and not like me like spinning it into his words, which I have gotten that claim more than once, that I'm like spinning his words into something, but I'm like, I'm literally not. Like, that's actually like literally what he said. Like verbatim. He didn't even hide it. He was just like, yo, we're making this choice because we like literally think this is how we get our money back. So do you think remake systems will continue forward, or will they be deemed too expensive? I think it's literally up in the air right now. I think everything is super up in the air regarding Final Fantasy's future. And I think the moment GB's, oh my God, is it Game Boy Cat 64? Is that what it's supposed to be? Is it GB Cat 64? Thank you so much for another 5 gift memberships. God damn, brother. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it times 100 trillion. You're the best. It isn't the first time FF tried to have broad appeal, or the first time SE had brought up Call of Duty. They mentioned it with 13. Yeah, they did. And this is a massive bugbear of mine with FF fans and FF discussion. People forget that the company is profit driven. It's publicly traded. Of course, they want to look at blockbuster giga hits and try to get a piece of that for themselves. They do. Yes, Game Boy Cat. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Game Boy Cat. I do specifically remember them saying 13 as well. They were inspired by Call of Duty. It's so weird, but yeah, that's actually the thing. But the problem is that you can't just pursue that. You can't just go after it. Did you talk about Sakaguchi getting lit up on the timeline today? Poor man. I did. The basic conclusion there was, Sakaguchi has always been a tech guy, and I'm kind of not surprised that he's still very much a tech guy. But I think some people trying to redact his whole legacy on that is a little extreme. Eagle Bear, thank you so much. Eagle Bearer, sorry. Thank you so much for the Prime gaming sub. Yeah, so I think that Final Fantasy has a rich history and identity now. And so more than ever, and I would just like for them to describe Final Fantasy 17 as a game that was inspired by Final Fantasy. And that's not even to say that other games shouldn't be an influence. That would be ridiculous. That would be impossible. But I think that there is enough history here with this series to really pull from FF more than anything else. Did you see what I said, bro? Wait, what did you say? Maybe not. Oh wait, I would say FF7 Rebirth specifically is a game fighting for itself as art and not narrative, but in game design. The stuff people hate the most is the Ubisoft target. It's the Ubisoft target everyone, but the narrative and combat are things from the mind of an artist. Kitase wanted it to play like God of War, but Nomura said they couldn't go that far, for example. Yeah, I feel like the combat is definitely something where they kind of met in the center of this is what the market wants, and then them being kind of yeah, but this is the shit we want to create, right? And so sometimes a lot of the best innovation comes from them saying, okay, this is what we have to create, but we're still gonna do it our fucking way and how we feel is appropriate for our series. And I do think that Re-Trilogy Combat is definitely from that, born from that. And I think that they made kind of a masterpiece. Well, a masterpiece in the combat. Other aspects are always subject to debate, like the story. But I think the combat is fairly undeniable for people. Yeah, it makes sense. He used to push for FMV cutscenes, even though they were outlandishly expensive. He loves visuals. Yeah, and that's why I'm not terribly surprised with him being into AI. I actually kind of feel like if he was still directing big budget AAA games, he would be trying to do something with AI. And I mean, this is the guy that made The Spirits Within, right? A realistic CG animated film with the best animation the entire world had ever seen up to that point. And that's not to excuse his take on AI or whatever, but it is to just say that it's kind of not surprising when you look at him historically, where he's been and what he's done. That being said, I do agree with you, Tag, that it is tone deaf and distasteful and probably not something he should have done. And I still feel like he should delete the tweet and show some solidarity with his fellow game creators. And yeah, I mean, even the creator of Saga was kind of calling him out on it. But I also think that everyone who's like trying to cancel him and some people calling him a fraud now, I feel like that's also too far. Oh, the AI video is quite cool. I just wouldn't put that on my timeline yet. I mean, some of them are like it's kind of like eating a bag of chips, right? Like sometimes it is kind of like entertaining. It's not good. It doesn't have nutritional value, but sometimes it is some slop to like keep you occupied, but it's not um you know. I think the double down though was kind of like, and then being like, yeah, I made this little AI video from like Lost Odyssey art was probably not the best idea. I think some people are just memeing the whole my goat is washed stuff is usually in jest. Yeah. Zero nutrition, zero value, just like a dirty cheeseburger, right? Yeah. Enjoyable slop, yeah. Like the Final Fantasy X COVID video. If you guys saw that one, that went kind of viral. It was really that one was pretty crazy. But also too, like you could still like actually argue that what is the FF10 COVID video? It's like a I don't want to play it on the stream because obvious reasons, but I'll link it to you if you want. Well, I guess it wouldn't be cause any harm. I just don't want like I don't want it to flag me for like AI content. Oh wait, we can't watch a video right now anyways because my audio driver just crapped out for desktop audio. But that went viral and it was like, what the fuck? And it is still slop, but it's still like, who's ready for the Final Fantasy X Hantavirus video? I know. But like that one was like one that was getting shared everywhere. And again, I don't think that like something like that even comes close to like the quality of like an animation channel, for example. It is like empty calories, no nutritional value shit. Like you are watching that because it is brain dead. What is this? It is yeah, yeah, it's pretty crazy. I can put it also in YouTube chat for anyone like curious. If you're on PC, you can tab off and take a look at that. Yeah, it's like it's pretty crazy. But also as we were talking about earlier, I think that AI video is like completely unsustainable and will not last long. And so that is like pretty much gone. Like I don't think that AI video is built to last. It just takes too much tokens, resources, like it's so expensive, and I just don't think that I don't think that anyone values it really. At best you get like stupid shit like this that someone used to make, and it is kind of funny, but it's like it's like that's not worth it. Sora AI shut down because it wasn't profitable. There's no way to make money on it. There's no real way to make money on it. And it's so expensive and it's so difficult to run. Like, but who's going to use it, right? Like a film studio is not going to use it. No way in hell. The only thing that you can use this for at best, and I'm talking about this is like the peak use of AI video. At best, you can make really funny memes that would be impossible to edit. And that's the best apex use case so far of AI generated memes. And debatably, it's also the apex of like, of maybe AI generated images too. Although I would say that like the apex of Gen AI imagery is probably image upscaling and not like slop generations, but actually taking like a real image and being able to like recompute it at like 4K or something like that. I think that's actually, but I don't think anyone like is anti that usage of AI. Everyone is okay with that for the most part. We just don't like, people don't like fabricated images for the most part. That's where the contentions come into play. No, but Gooch has a history and trend of chasing and loving new tech stuff to the detriment of his peers. To the detriment of his peers. Spirits Within killed Squaresoft. Even a cash injection from Sony didn't help, and is one of the main reasons they had to merge with Enix. And I repeat, they had to exchange stock at a rate of 0.85 to 1. Originally it was going to be 0.81, but they haggled. Damn. People have been using AI upscaling since the late 2000s, if I recall correctly. Yeah. And it's only gotten better. Some of it was like machine learning based, but a lot of AI upscalers now are Gen AI based, but a lot of them are actually good. I'm surprised nobody has made a Versus 13 AI slot video yet. How has that not happened? I'm actually shocked too. At least that I've seen, there has not been like a good Versus 13 AI slot video, like at all. Like I have not seen one. That is genuinely surprising. You're right. DLSS 5 is terrible. It's going too far now. Yeah. I think that's also kind of a tech that I don't really think it has. Well, I don't know. It may have some good use cases, but I don't know how truthful they're being about how the technology works to say that or not. So once it releases, I might be able to speak with more confidence. On the surface level, though, it just looks like slop. According to the details they gave, it can actually be useful. But until it releases and we actually know that they're not just lying to try to like save face because everyone beat the shit out of them for it, I would say that like what I currently know about it, it just looks like slopification. But yeah, you need two 5090s currently in order to run it, but they're saying that a 6000 series GPU would be able to run it like just one of them, with not two. So interesting. Actually, that merger was looking into recently because Bored Rabbit Hole goes burr. Squaresoft was dissolved. Enix is actually the surviving entity of the original merger. So Square Enix is Enix's company. If I recall correctly, the chairman came from Enix. Square did the bulk out of the majority of staff and filled the president position. What if I told you, Crossy, that Square Enix is still like an Enix company? Squaresoft doesn't produce shit no more. It's just really funny because like the Squaresoft part of the business does like literally doesn't do much. Everything that people talk about from the company is Enix. Nier is Enix. Team Asano is Enix. So that means that like Octopath Traveler, Bravely Default, all that shit, that's Enix. Dragon Quest, obviously Enix. The only thing that Squaresoft makes, or the Square side of Square Enix makes, is Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, and they barely make that anymore. Yoshi P is Enix, right? Yeah, and so even a good chunk of CS3 is Enix. So yeah, like so basically, yeah, Final Fantasy, Saga, and Kingdom Hearts. Those are the only Squaresoft things. Everything else is fucking Enix. Didn't Team Asano start out with the 3DS remakes of FF3 and 4 on DS? Yeah, but they're still of Enix lineage, actually. They just took on like a Squaresoft IP from my understanding. They made Mana and Saga, but those seem dead. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because I'm going to be real. There are not honestly that many Square Enix fans for the most part. And let me explain what I mean by that. There are Enix fans and there are Squaresoft fans. And then there's a small number of people who are Square Enix fans. But really, I would say the majority, a lot of people are like one or the other. They're like either still a Squaresoft fan or an Enix fan. But people who are fans of Square Enix is like probably not as many as people think. I think most Square Enix fans vanished by this point. Yeah. Square Enix fans are people who like Team Asano. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically like Final Fantasy fans who like Nier and Team Asano. But like but really you're either more into Squaresoft stuff or probably more into Enix stuff. And I feel like there's actually a few people that are into like Square Enix. But like to be fair, if Squaresoft merged with Atlas and we had Square Atlas, there would be a lot of people who loved Persona and there'd be a lot of people who loved Final Fantasy. But like everyone who loves Persona is not the same guy who loves Final Fantasy, even though there's plenty of people definitely that still love both. But those are still very two distinct fandoms. And I still think that Squaresoft and Enix are still two really distinct fandoms for the most part. And then there's a third fandom in between that's like legitimately the Square Enix fandom. But yeah. I enjoy more Enix properties, but it'd probably be one of those weird Square Enix fuckers. I like DQ, FF Saga, Star Ocean, Valkyrie, Nier, Bravely, etc. I do have my preference, and it is the Enix published side. Yeah. I mean, bro, I wouldn't wish being the Squaresoft side fan on anyone. Because if you're a fan of the Squaresoft side more, it's over, bro. It sucks. Like shit is like cooked. I'm more of a Square guy than an Enix guy. And so this is actually like kind of the problem too, is that people will say that Square Enix doesn't make turn-based games anymore, for example, or they don't like turn-based anymore. But if you ever really look at it, what people are really saying, they don't even know that they're saying it, but this is what they actually mean. Squaresoft, the Square part of the business, does not make turn-based games anymore. And that is largely true. They make Saga, and that's it. But outside of that, the Squaresoft side of Square Enix does not really make turn-based games anymore. And there was a certain way that Squaresoft turn-based games were that appealed in a certain way. And those games are not being made by the Squaresoft side of Square Enix anymore. And so it feels like that has evaporated. And it is true, because that side of the business only makes action games for the most part, if it's not Saga. And it's not like they put a tremendous amount of money on making Saga, to be honest. So that has basically kind of evaporated for the most part. Enix almost exclusively makes turn-based games. And so if you like Enix, Or if you prefer the Enix side of the business, you look at the Enix side and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? All they do is make turn-based games. But those turn-based games that the Enix side is making is not fully crossing over to the people that are like Squaresoft fans, right? The people that are like Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, like Kingdom Hearts, that lineage of fans. It's not penetrating them in a big way, right? And so that's kind of the problem. To be fair, I'm new to Saga, but I have to say the remake of Romancing Saga 2 was fantastic. One of the best turn-based games in terms of gameplay. I have played in years. Kawazu has been cooking ever since FF2. FF2 had issues, but Saga has some good shit. I need to check it out for sure. Star Ocean is also Enix. Man, it's crazy. But this is what I'm saying, right? There's so much like Enix IP. Whereas I feel like and I know this might be controversial, but I do think it's almost fair to say that Squaresoft IP outside of Final Fantasy is kind of dead. Like, you know what I'm saying? And this is also another problem. Enix IP is really well maintained. Even between the long wait from Dragon Quest 11 to 12, Dragon Quest fans are still pretty fed between all the remakes that are happening and all the side games, right? And then like with Squaresoft, it feels like if your name is not Final Fantasy, you are fucking dead. Doomer stream? I mean, I don't want it to be a Doomer stream, but like if we're being realistic, like if we go down the list of Squaresoft IPs, is Twiwi Square or Enix? It's Square. But Twiwi is dead, you know, because Neo didn't sell well enough, you know? But like, okay. Let's see. Can we find like a list of Squaresoft IPs that aren't Square Enix IPs? Dang, it's like really hard to find something like that. But if I go down the list here, let's pull this up, of like Squaresoft. IP. You guys are going to see what I mean by saying that it's like, it's not unfair to say that the Squaresoft side of the business is like fucking dead. Okay. So let's go down. ActRaiser. Okay, I don't think. Let's find like some notable IP. Chaos Rings. I want to say Chaos Rings was Squaresoft side of the business. That is dead. Chrono is dead. Chrono might be coming back, according to the rumors, but Chrono is dead. Drakengard is Enix. Dragon Quest is Enix. Front Mission is dead. Well, no, because they just had the remake recently, I guess. So Front Mission's kind of alive, I guess. But for the most part, I would say it's dead. Gex. Let's fucking go. Kingdom Hearts is dead. Life is Strange is kind of like, it's, I don't know. I mean, that's technically not really from their Japanese studios. Parasite Eve is dead. Sokka is still alive. And that's like one of the things that we mentioned. Star Ocean is Enix. Valkyrie Profile is Enix. World Ends With You is Square, but that's dead. All of these have been sold off. Mana is dead because after Visions of Mana, I don't think, I mean, they might do something with Mana, but I'm pretty sure Mana is like not in a great place. I mean, they shut the studio down on release day. So basically, you go through this, and it's just like, actually, it's missing a lot of stuff here. Like, where is Xenogears? This list sucks. It's missing a crap ton of shit. Xenogears is dead, obviously. That one shouldn't come as a surprise. How can we just do like Squaresoft games on PS1? Maybe. Which one of these IPs that isn't Final Fantasy is still alive? Bushido Blade? No. Well, Brave Fencer Musashi? No. Einhander? No. Parasite Eve? No. Tobal number 1, Vagrant Story? Xenogears? No. So like, now do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, what is actually alive from Squaresoft? Damn, everything here is dead. Yeah, basically, if it doesn't have Final Fantasy on the box art, it's fucking dead. It's fucking dead. And I mean, we can look at their Super Nintendo games too. See if we're not missing anything. Dang. Okay. Secret of Mana? No. Can't really see those two. Chrono Trigger? No. It's just Final Fantasy. Oh, Breath of Fire. Yeah. Yeah, no. Well, that's technically Capcom. Yeah, it's Capcom, right? Okay, I was like, wait. Oh, but I guess it was published on. Did Squaresoft publish it? Breath of Fire went back to Capcom? Oh, okay. And then it died there too. But who knows? Capcom is reviving a ton of IP recently, so. That can't be every Squaresoft game on Super Nintendo, is it? I mean, this is like the complete list, I think, of games. So I'm looking through this. Maybe. Oh, also, we should look at PlayStation 2 right before they merged. So let's look at the PS2 list. Crystal Chronicles, even as a sub. Oh, wait, I don't have it pulled up. Crystal Chronicles, even as a sub franchise, dead. Drakengard Mana again. Let's see. Saga's still alive, as we discussed. Did they have the bouncer on here? Is this list not complete? They don't have the bouncer on here. Dang, what the fuck? Wait, this is a list of... Wait, what the fuck? I wanted PS2 games. Hold on. I want only PS2. Well, we can use this. Again, Vagrant Story's dead. The Bouncer dead. Like, looking for specifically Squaresoft side IPs. And then this is where everything that wasn't Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts from Squaresoft like died. Like 100%. So, anyways, I hope this paints the picture pretty well for you all. That Squaresoft's dead. I guess is the conclusion to this rambling, is that mostly the business is just Enix now. And Squaresoft fans want Squaresoft stuff, but like Squaresoft is only making Final Fantasy for the most part. And sometimes they make Kingdom Hearts, but not really. And yeah, that's kind of the state of the business. And so yeah, people are wanting like that big like Squaresoft style turn-based game especially to come back, but it's not happening, like, because there is no Squaresoft. This is getting depressive seeing this gaming graveyard. Let me, a representative of the cult, I mean the Church of Enix, extend open arms to you Square Enix peasants. I mean brothers. Embrace the ways of Team Asano. Play Tri's game. It'll change your life. Pray to Yuji Horii and enjoy Dragon Quest Day on the 27th with your fellow inline ones. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like what it is, right? And I don't think that like Enix games and Squaresoft games can be subbed out for each other because they're stylistically they're just different, right? I think that like if Persona games weren't made anymore, or they were like radically different than the way that they used to be, I don't think you could just tell people to like play The World Ends With You and it'd be like it'd be the same. And I like both of those games, but they're very different, right? Very different. And so yeah, I do think that like games in the way that Squaresoft built them has basically just evaporated, right? Like Squaresoft has kind of evaporated, it feels like. And if it's not Final Fantasy and it's Squaresoft, then it's cooked, right? Like even Kingdom Hearts, which they used to make a lot of, they don't anymore. That under 1 million rule that Square used to have is so fucking dumb. It is. And yeah. Captain Coldcuts, thank you so much for this super chat. Guesses on where FF and SE as a whole goes from here. Appreciate it. Well, everything kind of rides on Final Fantasy 17, right? Like FF17 is going to be a truly make or break game. And I think that 16 was also a make or break game, but considering the sales and maybe some of the polarizing reception among fans, I would say that 16 was probably more so on the break side, because we will be celebrating the 3rd anniversary of Final Fantasy 16 next month. And we have not gotten a sales update since the first week, which is pretty fucking. Pretty fucking. So, yeah. I mean, FF17 will very much determine where this franchise goes. I do think it is going to be AAA, but I think there is a chance that it will be the last AAA Final Fantasy game. And I say that because if it does not sell in the way that they want it to, they have to scale down. There's just no other choice. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to keep doing this anymore. But they need it because Final Fantasy is such a big money maker. So they're probably pretty desperate. It is going to be AAA, I believe. 17 isn't going to scale down. It'll have the budget that Remake and 16 had, but it's a much more dire situation. Thanks for another super chat, Captain Colcuts. Think Nomura will direct FF17. I don't think he will direct. I think he will be creatively involved. I think he will do the character designs, and I think he will work from the shadows as he always does in all of Creative Business Unit 1's projects and be heavily influential. And he'll probably like be the guy who came up with a ton of gameplay mechanics, as he always is, and people don't know it. Like Nomura came up with limit breaks, for example. That's like his game mechanic. But no one ever looks at that mechanic and say, oh, that was Nomura. That was his idea. No. Yeah, that was him. That was that was his idea. So he comes up with these things from the shadows. And a lot of people don't know that he also influences the game design. And sometimes his fans, even in an attempt to defend him from unjust hate, will try to minimize him to the character design, like just the character designer. And I'm like, he's not just the character designer and the Kingdom Hearts guy. Like, that is actually like really, really false. Like, and that really undersells like if you're a fan of his and you call him like the character designer, I don't know, like, I guess you really like his character designs, but like you don't actually understand what he does. If you would literally just say he's the character guy. I don't understand why I don't understand why people do that either. No one is like a true Kojima level auteur, right? Like, you may not like all of his choices, but what the fuck? Someone's car alarm went off. You may not like all of his choices, but he is intimately involved with the games that he creates. Nomura haters will make him the director, producer, writer, game tester, game designer, combat designer, even though all he did was just some art from someone who did a project. Yeah, that is true. Sometimes all he will do is the character designs, and people will be like, yeah, he did everything. But then there are also projects where he legitimately is the director, producer, writer, game designer. And so, like, sometimes that's actually legit. Like, he actually is all those things, like, unironically. But yeah, sometimes every now and then you'll see a guy who's mad because at Nomura for like Final Fantasy 16 or something. You'll see that, or like 13 or something that he wasn't like deeply involved in. Nomura should do character designs for 17 as he has the most appeal, even if the haters are loud. Yeah. No, his character design is proven. It's proven. All of the top-selling Final Fantasy games are games where he was deeply involved with the character design and the appeal of the game, right? So if you look at 7, 8, 10, 15, which are all like, that's like the top 4 highest sellers, those are all in some way deeply related to him and his character designs and his creative output. And so I do think that he is needed for 17. I think that Nomura's appeal is, and I don't know, I wouldn't say that this is like 100% accurate to be the case, but I would say that kind of almost like what Toriyama's appeal does for Dragon Quest, that Nomura's art also seems to have a similar impact for Final Fantasy. But I don't think you can directly tie it, because you can have Final Fantasy without Nomura, but you can't have it without Toriyama's art style. Um, so it's not directly equivalent there. But I do think that there is like something about his appeal that is on that level. If no one else will say it, I'll say it. I'll hold the line. I think Nomura's 90 designs are better. I think his design started getting a bit phoned in when every character was in that same pose. You know the exact one, the Dissidia pose. You know it. I know you do. Yeah. Yeah. I do kind of think that like his last like super impactful designs came from Versus, with Versus 13. And I don't think that most of his recent ones have really been like as impactful. But that was like the last time he like really changed the world with some with his character designs. I think Stranger of Paradise ones were kind of on the weaker side. Kingdom Hearts 3's designs were really cool. But I don't think that Kingdom Hearts 3's designs are like surpass Kingdom Hearts 2's. Kingdom Hearts 2's designs are still kind of like the best of Kingdom Hearts in terms of the look. 4 is like, it remains to be seen. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that, but that's again kind of Versus 13. Well, he hasn't really been asked to make something big and new. That's a fair and valid point, and I think that's basically why it's been like that. Because the last big thing he made was, or that he was making, that was brand new, was Versus, right? Yeah, he did do the character designs for Xenoblade 2. So, what should the world of 17 be like to accommodate Nomura's designs? It'll be modern. It won't be high fantasy. But would anyone want it to be high fantasy? We just had Final Fantasy 16, right? I don't think I would want like 2 of the same in a row. I mean, I guess there's even an argument that maybe 7 and 8 even are like a little too close, which I think is why, part of the reason why they dialed back with Final Fantasy 9 so much, right? It's because they wanted something that they had like 2 modern ones in a row. So they were like, okay, let's do like a not modern one. And that was kind of like the motivation with Final Fantasy 9. And then with 10, they just really wanted to go somewhere like wholly different from where they had been going. His designs for the Eden raid slap. Oh, that's also true. I guess like his like last big design that was like really impactful was Gaia, right? And I do think Gaia is really cool looking. She's like maybe one of the coolest looking characters in 14 to me. Wait, we know for sure 17 will be Division 1. No, we don't. We have no idea who's working on 17. It could be anyone. Okay, I think we're going to call it a stream there. On Friday, we'll be back with more Final Fantasy 16. More Final Fantasy 15. We'll do verse 2, and we'll do the post game for the game, and probably maybe start trying to prog Pitios so that we can do that. If you are on Twitch, we're going to rate my friend Annie. If you're on YouTube, there is a brand new video out. It's a sponsored video, but please go ahead and give it a look. I love you, and I'll see you all next